Call to order, councillors. Please take your seats and turn your mobile devices to silent. It is 9 a.m. Welcome to the Ordinary Council meeting on Tuesday the 17th of June 2025. Council meetings are open to the public and live streamed to enable members of the public to observe Council in its decision-making process. It is a requirement that I advise all present that the meeting is being live streamed, and I advise all present that your presence at this meeting is taken as consent that your image and your voice may be recorded and broadcast to the public by our live stream. Recordings of this meeting will remain on Council's website for at least 12 months. Any other form of audio and/or visual recording of the meeting requires prior permission. In the chambers today, we have Councillor Adam Matchett, Councillor Annette Lawrence, Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Ben Pakes, Deputy Mayor Julie Coburn, Councillor Noel Selby, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, and Councillor Arthur Bain. Staff attending today are Mr. Andrew Medall, our new Chief Executive Officer. Welcome, Andrew, to your first meeting. Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Director Corporate and Commercial, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director Operations and Planning, Mr. Wes Trotter, Director of Utilities, Ms. Vicky Thomas, Acting Group Manager, Governance and IT, Ms. Talia Randall, Governance Advisor and Minute Taker. Welcome councillors, staff, members of the public and anybody watching our live stream today. We firstly have our opening prayer. Councillor Pakes.
Fellow councillors and council staff, I'd like you to reflect in this prayer and acknowledge the goodwill and the care shown by the people in this most recent natural disaster. It is an absolute honour to be part of a community that I'm in now, and we are part of and we represent. So take a moment to show reflection and a quiet moment for the people who have cared for each other in this natural disaster time.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. We now move to our acknowledgement of country. Councillor Matchett.
Kempsey Shire Council acknowledges the land of the Dunghutti Nation. We pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge the role of emerging leaders to continue to guide us in the future. We acknowledge the stolen generations and the need to change practices to be inclusive. This land always was and always will be Dunghutti land.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. We now move to the acknowledgement of servicemen, women and their families. Councillor Coburn.
Council acknowledges the sacrifice made by Australian service men and women and their families, in particular those who gave their lives in defence of the freedom that we enjoy today. In particular, we should acknowledge the fact of world unrest at the moment and the importance of our defence personnel.
Thank you, Councillor Coburn. We now move to apologies and applications for leave. There are none. We now move to the item 5, which is the confirmation of minutes for the meeting held on the 16th.
20th of May.
On the 20th of May. My apologies. Do I have a mover? Councillor Saul, seconded Councillor Bain. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. The motion is carried. I now move to item 6, which is disclosures of interest. Do we have any conflicts of interest declarations from any councillors? Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I just disclose my interest in regards to anything related to flooding in this business paper. My property's in a flooding area. I have a business that's been flooded, and yeah, I've helped council in clean up for a short time. Yeah, so I've been involved in flood recovery.
And how will you deal with this conflict?
Declare it.
Yeah, no worries. And you'll remain in the room for any voting? Perfect. All right. We now move to item 7, which is items passed by exception. There is a recommendation in front of you. And before we move the motion or take questions, do councillors wish to remove any items so they may speak to them or vote against them? Councillor Bain.
I'd like to remove item 10.4. I think we need to have some discussion around that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt. And now we'll move to just questions on the items. Councillor White, did you have questions on 9.1?
Yes, please. Thank you. I do have a question on 9.1. It's the traffic report and it's item 4.5 in the traffic report about installing traffic device on Lachlan Street. And tiny bit of context. It says in that paper there's a rejection to install traffic management at Angus McNeil in Lachlan, which is the bit that comes off Crescent Head Road there. That has 5 or 6 options for traffic in that location, and it says and there's a lot of bingles there, and there's queue traffic and a school drop off and pick up. Is anyone able to provide context of why that has been rejected?
Mr. Jackson.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, just trying to get the local traffic committee minutes open. The options that were considered were various pedestrian crossing points at that particular intersection and also up the road away from that intersection. As you've correctly stated, that intersection is quite busy, quite difficult, and the analysis showed that it would be unsafe to add another set of movements to that. So unless we were able to put in a full set of traffic lights with fully controlled pedestrian movements, it's a safer alternative to move the pedestrian movements away from that quite busy and complex intersection.
Yeah, that's perfectly makes sense. I'm also interested, I think in that report it also talks about in previous times rejecting anything around like a roundabout or a traffic light. You've got a roundabout up at Middleton Street intersection, but nothing there. Do you have any commentary around why nothing has ever been, why things have been rejected there, specifically roundabout traffic lights?
I'd have to take the details on notice to get you a more thorough response, but there are warrants required for traffic lights. So the number of vehicle movements, etc., need to meet particular warrants. And also, I suspect the sight lines and things with the curve coming over the railway bridge coming down to that point may impact the ability to do that. But I will have to check in and get specifics for you and can provide that separately.
Thank you. That's fine. I'll just put a question through and you can take that to the Traffic Management Committee. And the second, my final question about that is last year, there was some controversy about the Macleay Valley Way road being decreased.
Speed zones are the responsibility of transport. In this instance, we make recommendations to the Traffic Committee and work collaboratively to come with an agreed solution. So there's a sort of more shared responsibility on this matter, but when it comes to the speed zone that's applicable, if they said this has to be a 40 zone, 30 zone, etc., all of that signage is responsible to the Transport for New South Wales.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Councillor Selby?
I was just going to answer that a bit further. The reason for the crossing there and that is because of the pump track. We've got a lot of kids going across that road now with nothing there, and if we don't do something about it, there will be an accident there and a child will get injured. So that's the main reason for it.
Thank you, Councillor Selby, and thank you for your representation on the Local Traffic Committee. Do we have any further questions on the items that are in the block? Councillor Bain.
Madam Mayor, I've just got a couple of requests for clarification around the statement of cash and investments. So I always watch those closely to see how our performance is performing, and that's it's actually page 15 of the report. For the first time in as long as I can remember, we've actually come in underneath, slightly below 0.03%, but it's not significant, but below the Bloomberg Performance Index. I'm just wondering if there's any clarification or comment on that from staff.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Bain, this is due to a combination of term deposits that were invested by Council over the last year at higher rates that have matured, and then they've been reinvested at what are now lower interest rates as the rates have decreased. So the weighting of the new lower interest rates into the portfolio will slowly bring down the overall performance. And as interest rates drop in the future, you'll see that the overall portfolio return will continue to decrease for a little bit.
Okay, thank you for that. And I still note that we're outperforming the performance index over the 12-month timeframe and since inception. The second question I've got, which is on page 25, noting that the income for May is close to $260,000. and yet since December, the graph is showing that even though our investments have been performing well, they're still below the budgeted level. Just if that could be clarified, please, because I know that our investments have been going well, but they're dropping behind what we've budgeted. So yeah, thanks.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So there's 257,000 which is reported in that report, which is the cash interest received only. It doesn't include our accrued income. So when the accrued income out of the total for May is about 600K, and if we get a similar amount in June, the year-to-date total will reach 5.5 million, which, as you indicate, is still 0.2 million short of the full year target. It is probably important to keep in mind that the investment income budget was increased by 0.8 million through the quarterly budget review process this year, mainly due to the fact that we've had higher than expected cash holdings throughout the year. Therefore, the projected 5.5 million is still 0.6 million above the original adopted budget. What you generally see is between July and December, we hold higher cash and investment balances because we've got loans drawn down at the end of the previous financial year and we'll receive the financial assistance grant. So, for instance, this year that totals around 18 million. Those balances gradually decline as loan-funded projects progress and as operational spending uses the FAG. This year, in the final quarter, we had some large grant receipts, such as the $63 million in sewer funding, and they've boosted the cash balances, which will lead to a rise in interest income towards the year end.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also had a question around the statement of cash and investments, and just given the amount of natural disaster expenditure that we've had to make, what assurity do we have that we'll have liquidity moving forward?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's probably a couple of things that play into that. Now, there is absolutely no doubt that certainly through the recovery phases and response phase, we certainly are spending money that we then expect to spend, and there will be a short-term impact on our cash balance as we cash flow some of that. But as we move beyond that, we're actually party to a tripartite agreement between ourselves and all levels of government, and what that means is we do get money provided to us in advance for those works on assets. So the ongoing public asset restoration works won't have a negative impact on our cash flow because we'll be provided money in advance for those. We are lucky that given we are at the end of the tail end of the year and we've just taken out those loans in order to make sure we have enough liquidity through the following year, that we're in a very liquid position right now. So aside from there being some minor impact on some investment income, potentially there's not going to be any significant impact on our cash flow from this event in the short term.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Are there any further questions? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. I've got a couple as well on cash and investments. Just reading in that document, it says there's 189 million invested, which is 13 million cash and 176 invested. So does that 189, is that predominantly the grant money that's invested?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, look, there is a large amount of grant money which is in that, including the water and sewer grants that I spoke to, a significant amount of that. There is also money from council's restricted funds that is invested. So that's money that's held from rates and charges that sit in the water and sewer funds. That's money from Crown land reserves. That is money from developer contributions and the like.
Thank you. May I have a follow-up, please? Yeah. So it says that the interest rate is slightly decreased, but the revenue made on those investments is around about 4.9 million, which is slightly less than what is predicted, but a win nonetheless. Given that you mentioned the $63 million for the sewer grants, that revenue from those investor funds can expect to increase.
Through you, Madam Mayor. And yeah, that's what I was indicating at the tail end of the answer I gave Councillor Bain. Given that we've had that money come in, we will see an uptick in investment income through the end of the year. That money has been invested, though some of it for 3 months, some of it 6 months, some of it for 12 months.
Thank you. One more question.
Yeah, two. Sorry. Is that revenue, 4.9 million, which is good revenue, is that tied to to projects or tied to the funding source where that grant came from, such as like water, sewer, or general, or is it not tied at all?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, income which is received from restricted funds is tied to be used for those restricted funds. So, for instance, the significant amount of money invested in the sewer fund that will return some interest, that interest income is restricted to the sewer fund.
That's good. Sorry, that's answered my next question too. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Pakes.
My questions are on the Verge Street Pavillion and so on. Do we need to wait for that to confidential?
We do.
Yeah. Non-confidential question. When might the details and plans of that be released? Given it's a great story for the Macleay.
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, we'll be looking to release those plans as soon as they've been finalised with the contractor and with the stakeholders, and as soon as that's done, we'll get them out, because, as you say, it is a great news story.
It is in the block. Do you want that pulled out of the block to talk about in confidential, Councillor Pakes, or you're satisfied with that question?
I'd just like it to be known that the councillors have received a copy of the plans, and that we actually are quite impressed with the work that's been done by council staff and the community groups. And we just hope that the wider community sees, that great work that's happened. And we've actually asked that community groups, all the users of that area, get a copy of those plans. Yeah, if that's okay.
That is perfect. Thank you. All right, we have Councillor Coburn.
I just have one question around the traffic committee report. I note that there is going to be the roundabout which has been approved for Gregory Street in Southwest Rocks, and there is the beginnings of a bus stop just to the south of that particular proposed roundabout. I just wanted to ask a question. Who determined the positioning of that particular bus stop?
Mr. Jackson.
That bus stop's been positioned by our traffic engineers, civil engineers, in consultation with the bus company and with Transport and all relevant parties.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah.
Councillor Coburn.
Okay. I just wanted to note that Councillor Selby didn't recommend that. His observation is that it's probably better located on the opposite side of the road. And I just wanted to thank Councillor Selby for just identifying that as a potential safety issue for children having to cross where a roundabout is going to be positioned. I think there could be potential safety issues there.
Right, thank you.
Just a little bit more on that again.
Sorry, so the process is that we have questions on what is in the block. Okay. And if, I do understand, but So if we have a recommendation in front of us, do we have a mover? Councillor Pakes, do we have a seconder? Councillor Matchett, is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to 8.1, which is a mayoral minute on the May 2025 floods. And the recommendation is that that Council acknowledge the significant effort by government agencies, the New South Wales SES, Fire and Rescue, Rural RFS, Marine Rescue, Surf Lifesaving New South Wales, as well as Disaster Relief Australia in responding to the flood emergency and delivering immediate relief. Acknowledges the local emergency operations controller, Superintendent Shane Cribb of the Mid-North Coast Police District, and SES North Zone Commander Mr. Andrew Cribb, and Kempsey Nambucca Commander Greg Steele for their contributions during the event. Council acknowledges the leadership and contribution of the Kempsey Shire Council Acting General Manager, Mr. Michael Jackson, Director Corporate and Commercial, Daniel Thorogood, Director of Utilities, Wes Trotter, and Acting Director Operations and Planning, Mr. Dylan Reeves, along with the support staff in the EOC and Recovery Task Force during the May 2025 Macleay Valley flood disaster. Acknowledges the substantial effort by Kempsey Shire Council staff in responding to the emergency and supporting the community during this challenging time, particularly to those field-based staff who worked through challenging conditions to help the community be safe and ensure critical infrastructure remained operational where impacts allowed. Acknowledges and sincerely thanks Kempsey Shire community members, small businesses, volunteers and community groups who supported one another during the May 2025 flood event, once again demonstrating the strength and resilience of our region. acknowledges that much of our community, including property owners, small business and primary producers across the Shire, have suffered significant loss to property, livelihood and well-being as a result of the 2025 flood, and urgently calls on the Mins and Albanese government to stand with our community in this time of crisis by activating Category D funding. Without this critical support, our path out of this recovery remains uncertain. Our families, farmers and small businesses cannot rebuild alone. They need meaningful action now to restore hope, livelihoods and the future of the Macleay. I now open debate. Councillor Lawrence.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And my fellow councillors, I speak today not just as a councillor, but as someone who has walked alongside our community through these devastating floods, someone who has listened, helped and witnessed the heartbreak and resilience of our people. The scenes we've all seen, homes underwater, roads torn apart, families displaced, are not just images. They are lived realities for so many in our Shire. And for me, they have brought back painful memories of the 2019 fires when I lost everything I owned. I know what it feels like to stand in the ruins of your life and wonder how you'll ever rebuild. I know how vital it is to have the support, not just from neighbours and volunteers, but from every level of government. I thank Councillor Wyatt as well for coming to the CBD with me, and we put our gloves on and got in there and helped out where we needed to. And that's why I stand in full support of this Merrill Minute and the urgent call for Category D disaster recovery funding. This is not a want, it's a need. Our community cannot recover from this disaster alone. We've seen incredible acts of courage and kindness from the SES crews, risking their lives, farmers helping neighbours, even as their own properties were lost. Volunteers and council staff working around the clock, but goodwill alone won't rebuild roads, reopen businesses or restock farms. Category D funding is a lifeline we need. It will allow us to clean up the mountains of debris, repair critical infrastructure and provide real practical support to those who've lost so much. It will help us move from survival to recovery and eventually to renewal. We are not just asking for charity. Well, we are not asking for charity. We are asking for partnership, for recognition, for action. To the Mins and Albanese governments, our people have done their part. Now we need you to do yours. Stand with us, not just in words, but in funding, in policy and in commitment. I commend this Merrill Minute and urge every councillor here and every level of government to back our community because we cannot afford to be forgotten. Thank you.
Hear, hear, Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, as a former dairy farmer and stock producer, I've been through this back in 2001 and it's devastating to hear stock losses, cattle drowning, fences ruined, farmers spoilt, feed lost. It's called a very long winter because no matter what you do, you can't get your pastures to grow before early summer or even late spring, early summer. And you're hand feeding out of your own pocket. And those that can't afford to do so without Category D this time may not survive. And that is my biggest concern because we've been through so many hardships in the last few years. This is another one to try and cope with and trying to bear. I urgently ask federal government to give a damn and allow Category D funding. It's just something that I can't believe this federal government hasn't done as yet. And I urge them to really consider some compassion and think of our community here and other areas in the state. We all need a helping hand for our farming communities who are the backbone of our Shire. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Pakes.
I cast your memories back to 2019 in the harsh droughts. And then I cast your memory to the fires. And then I cast your memory to the multiple floods we've had since then. And then we've had a tropical cyclone Alfred. And now we have had a flood at my property, which was only 6 inches lower than 2001. And I've been through 2001. I was in the property next door between Fredericton and Kempsey. I saw the water come up. In the Belmore and Lower Macleay areas, it's actually been recorded as being higher than the 49 flood. Now, if that's not enough to get Category D funding from the bureaucrats in the federal government or the state like, who's got to do the work to do it? Because I can tell you our community has done the work. I have been on the ground cleaning up rubbish. I have been with fire and rescue, assisting people with washouts. I've been and spoke to producers. I've been to the sale yards. I've been around and heard it. Please, if you are in a position in federal government, hear that Category D funding. It's not an alternative. It is the only alternative, because on the back of 2019, the drought, and then the fires, as my fellow councillors mentioned about the losses in that, I received the same losses. I lost cattle in Mackenzie's Creek in that fire, and I hadn't replaced them because I couldn't afford to. So we are on the back of multiple natural disasters. It is absolutely essential. But I would also like to say that this community is resilient, and we have some outstanding people within this community, and to acknowledge them is just the tip of the iceberg. Go and talk to them if you're out there in the community. I had a conversation with a gentleman that's helping clean up in the recovery groups today at the coffee shop. These people are saints. It is an opportunity for us to come together. We always do. We have a great community, and I absolutely implore you to one, help your neighbour in these times, because the feds may not come. You know, it is probably just that we are probably going to be doing it on our own. And during this natural disaster, I actually I got in my boat and I got some bread for my neighbour. He's a single man, lives between Fredericton and Kempsey on his own. I got in my boat and went to Fredericton and bought him back some bread and milk. That's all he wanted. So yeah, these disasters aren't all bad. They do bring some good out in humans, but our farmers, our business community, individuals that have lost a lot do need that further assistance. So I absolutely support the Mayoral Minute and implore federal people in control, please, Category D funding 100% required.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Councillor Selby.
I'd just like to, excuse me, echo the sentiments of what's been spoken here, and I'd like to suggest that all councillors advocate by writing to the Prime Minister and asking that he does implement this straight away. At least by doing that, we are doing something. And I think if we all do that, well, hopefully, maybe they may listen to us.
Councillor Bain.
Martin Boone, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I also, there are so many people to thank. It's you know, it's really difficult to get your head around the size of what happened. But feedback I got from community was really warming for me. Was that they felt that council staff were working together in a way that often people haven't seen before, of working with locals, using local knowledge to minimise or to mediate some of the impacts of the flooding. So the response was and the cleanup have been awesome. I think one of the things that we really need to look at, and it's something that's been on the agenda for a long time and doesn't seem to get addressed, is the flood gauges and the warning systems. Like, we were told it was going to be minor, and then it was bang. A local who I spoke with was watching the River Heights at Bellbrook and Georges. Now, usually Georges is a great indication of what's coming down, but actually this time a huge amount of the rainfall came east of Georges Junction. So the river at Bellbrook was in high level of flood, whereas Georges was low, and people often look to Georges as being, oh yeah, look, Georges is okay, we're going to be fine. So there needs to be an improvement in that, and watch this space. I'm working with some people on developing a submission or a response to that. In terms of Category D project, Category D disaster declaration, absolutely essential. You know, we've been hammered, like our Shire has been hammered, our businesses and farming communities have been hammered, our roads have been hammered, and one of the purposes of Category D is to build back with greater resilience. And it's mentioned in our community strategic plan that we need to be preparing for climate variability. And I think Councillor Pakes was saying that natural disaster on top of natural disaster on top of natural disaster, and there is no indication that that's going to stop anytime soon. We really need to start thinking about how we plan our communities and how we prepare for a future with more natural disaster, and we need that Category D funding to build back better. So absolutely support this mayoral minute, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for bringing it up.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. I just three points. Firstly, I want to thank Council for your social media updates as well. My 80-year-old unwell dad lives at Settlement Point, on the North Shore at Port Macquarie. Trying to find information the same for Kempsey Council for Port Macquarie was virtually impossible. Had to get onto a local Facebook page for the North Shore just to find out if he was still there. And that community over there was so brilliant to support them. But so your council's social media, excellent. Port Macquarie's, not good. The second thing is, you obviously can't thank yourself in a mayoral minute, but you stepped up. You said you did something like 50 interviews. You were everywhere. You obviously can't acknowledge yourself. I will acknowledge the work that you did as well on behalf of the community, especially since you've been in this role for 6 months. It's a massive job that you've done. And I want to ask a question. What is explain Category D? What's Category D?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, if I could have a moment, I could actually find the official description from the NEMA's webpage. But essentially, Category D, actually, I've got it. So the Category D is exceptional circumstances assistance beyond Categories A, B, and C. Category D assistance is generally considered once the impact of the disaster has been assessed and specific recovery gaps identified. It must be requested by state territory and requires agreement from the Prime Minister. In short, Categories A, B and C have defined funding streams in them. They are for these streams and they are for this much money. Category D opens up the ability for the government to provide additional grants, additional funding streams, targeted programs, higher caps that you can't get in Category C and so on. Essentially, Category D is the exceptional circumstances category and therefore does not have defined streams within it.
Mm-hmm. Follow up? One thing that strikes me is that some of those funding streams are low interest loans. To me, that just sounds ridiculous. So does only because, like, if you, as Councillor Saul and Councillor Pakes have just alluded to, you're struggling to feed your animals, get your business recover, let alone having to take a low interest loan. Do you think, does Category D open up just outright grants and money allocation without having to pay it back?
Through you, Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. That's what Category C opens up. So Category B, the assistance provided is concessional loans. In Category C, those loans turn into grants.
Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, just for clarification, with Category D, it's a higher amount. In this room, feeding stock is so expensive. You would be surprised how much it does cost. 25,000, unfortunately, would hardly buy a semi-trailer load of hay. Now that hay would go very quickly. 75,000 was the previous times, and that actually enabled farmers to hang on. I mean, this money is not kept here. It's spent on feed and such. So it goes through the whole economy. It's not just given as a grant to make a farmer wealthy. It's trying to keep that farmer on his feet, on his or her feet, and to survive, because they do spend. I mean, obviously, if flood was coming, you'd have farmers ringing up trying to get feed, hold of feed, emergency feed, before the water even comes to their property, knowing full well this is going to hit us hard. But, like most things, many farmers have been through devastation and the bank balance is minimal. Trying to go for low interest loans is almost impossible, because how can you pay that back on top of your overdrafts and other loans? Small businesses are similar. So really speaking, this Category D is essential. Please, please, government, get Category D for our area.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would just like to make a comment as well that the response to the flood was just incredible, and the community greatly appreciated how quickly the response was. I guess the ongoing result for a lot of people out there on the land is, from my understanding, there's a high number of farmers out there who have to have secondary income. They can't just rely on the income they're getting either from dairy or from cattle. And that has actually affected them when they've been applying for these small grants, which is just really disappointing to hear that we have genuine people on the land being knocked back for really small amounts of money, as Councillor Saul has just pointed out. In my experience out there, and I really did get out there and I spoke to so many people in the floods just trying to get feedback from them, incredibly resilient. I was amazed in the worst of conditions at Jerseyville and Smithtown in those sort of town situations, people just standing up to their ankles in mud with smiles on their faces because they go through this so regularly. And I guess this also speaks to our flood plans and the new information that we've received through this particular flood, because it's quite unique, the amount of water that sat on the floodplain and just kept coming and coming and coming. So I would like to acknowledge with everybody else that, yes, we really do need that critical category D funding. We have had back-to-back natural disasters, and we as a community only have a certain level of resilience. And I personally would like to thank all of the council staff. They really did an amazing job alongside the other response agencies. And I know all of us stepped up in different ways to assist our communities by listening to them, letting them know that we were out there. So, yes, I implore our federal government to come and stand on our ground. Come out here and actually stand on the ground and have a look at what our farmers and our businesses are facing. And just another small feedback from New South Wales Dairies, greatly appreciated the chip that was put down so that they could actually get their cows in for milking. And that was really, really helpful for them.
Thank you. Do we have any more speakers? Right, I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.1, which is making the rates. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain, seconded Councillor Matchett. Councillor Bain, would you like to open debate?
Yeah, look, and this is, again, I do this with hesitation because I understand that, there are significant impacts on the community. And I note that we are doing a 7.5% increase instead of the proposed 15% that was the IPART approved, and that we're in some ways, I believe, maybe residential, farmland, business, urban, and other, and the ad valorem rate. So that there's a fine balance there between the value of a property and the base rates, and I believe that the residential properties are less sensitive to fluctuations in value, whereas things like business and farmland are more. It's more based on the value of the land. There's a whole heap of rates and charges that we have to ensure that we keep being able to deliver the infrastructure. I take on board what was spoken at the public forum last night, and hey, look, I'm sorry that we have to, put these increase in rates. I'm sorry that we have, in my humble opinion, made some decisions in the past which weren't aligned with financial sustainability. Long-term losses that we're contracted to keep spending money on, which maybe don't meet the needs of our community. But that's not decisions that were made by this council, but they are decisions that this council has to live with. So I would thank staff also for their commitment to reviewing the rates process, as was discussed during the SRV negotiate or the SRV engagement period. There was concern about how about whether rates systems are equitable, and that's under review, and it's worked by a clear formula that's been put on exhibition. And I hesitate to, but it's important that we do have this income in order to fund our ongoing DP, to be functional for the next four years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I note that yourself, Councillor Saul, Councillor Wyatt, and myself have been on quite a long SRV journey over the last few years, which hasn't been an easy one. Now we'll move through questions and then through to debate. Do we have any questions on this item, Councillor Pakes?
The 7.5% increase is noted there. Will it come to council again next February for the next increase in the next financial year? I know it says 24.9%, which is 7.5 plus the makeup. Will that come back to council next year pre budget time?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the report that we put up in February this year to, I guess, establish a path forward and determine what our planning assumptions were, was out of the ordinary. So it's not a regular report that would generally go up in February of every year. What I would say is, as we go through and we workshop the budget with councillors and financial sustainability positions, so on, through that we will determine what the sequence of reports necessary to go to council are to establish those assumptions for the next year. If another report to February is necessary to either establish that or have it in the public domain, then we'll put that report up. But it may not necessarily come back to council until April next year when we have draft operational plan.
Councillor Pakes.
Secondary. So if it's looking into the crystal ball that the 7.5 isn't approved going forward next financial year, would that then mean that the total budget of spending, like the total capex or total budget spend of 130 odd million, would then automatically decrease because the funding's not going to be there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if it was not, then we would be looking to reduce expenditure where we could potentially reduce expenditure, and that's something we're doing in any case. It would not necessarily guarantee that expenditure would be reduced, though a vast majority of that program is grant funded, natural disaster funding, and items like that. It may be that it would increase the loan borrowings necessary to be able to execute the program as well. That would be to be determined.
Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I've got a question on just what's the rationale for charging water and sewer rates for properties that aren't connected? So I get this feedback for these people that, for example, live in my community, the community I live in, that have got water tanks, so they're not connected to water, but they still get charged. And I'm sure there's a good reason, but I'd be interested in what is that rationale. Thank you.
Councillor. Director Trotter.
To you, Madam Mayor. So basically, with the vacant water and sewer availability charges, there's basically 5 tiers that it's formed by. So one's cost recovery for the infrastructure. So basically, as we all know, and as we can see from our future program, water and sewer networks are very capital intensive. And that that investment needs to be, I guess, made affordable for everyone by having everyone that could future use that product or has availability to that, that network, and that they pay for the benefit for the proximity of the infrastructure. User pay and equity principles is the second point. So basically, when these fees and charges are set, that we apply the user pays and beneficiary pays principles. So basically, once again, all ratepayers who have access to the services, whether connected or not, pay for that, that fair amount of cost for that availability. Encouragement to connect. So basically, those vacant charges incentivize property owners to connect, to the infrastructure and not delay indefinitely any sort of development. The other thing that we all know as the drivers for a lot of our projects improves public health outcomes, actually having that infrastructure there for people to hook into. We haven't got small septic tanks on small blocks, that sort of thing. There's legislative and regulatory backing, on this through the Water Management Act, Local Government Act, and how the authority that we have to basically get that the cost back through our fees and charges. And the last one's the long-term financial sustainability, and it's actually they may not be connected now, they will be in the future, and basically any upgrades to the network treatment facilities they need to pay for as we go along to have that access into the future.
Thank you. Councillor Bain?
Thank you. No, thank you. That's very
Councillor
clear.
Wyatt?
Yes, please. Oh, blind. Those increases in the residents of farming in the urban community is sort of ranges from 53 for a resident, 59 for farm, and 72 for the urban. Can you just explain how the base rate values are determined? What's the formula or how the base rates are determined?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So council has an established rates model that determines how much of our income we want to take from each category. So how much income do we want to get from residential versus business versus farmland? And then within those, how sensitive we want the rate for each category to be to property values. For instance, as Councillor Bain noted, in the residential rate, we set the base rate to 50% of the income, which is the maximum that the Office of Local Government will allow us to set it to. And that means that the residential rates are as insensitive to property values as they possibly can be. Whereas for the other categories, as you'll see, the base rate is set to a lower percentage. And therefore, for instance, in the business urban category, your property value has a far greater influence over the total rates you pay. We establish these models around a couple of parameters or principles. One of them generally is the cost to service that category. And the second principle is the capacity of the people in that category to pay. And I will note that model is currently under reassessment, as we committed to when we went out to the community through the special variation program. And certainly there'll be more that the community and councillors will hear about that as that project moves forward.
So just on that 50%, so yeah, just on the 50%, not the ad valorem. So you have a value, say Y as a value, and then you have a formula to work out of that Y, how much would be residents, how much would be farm, and how much would be business, and you've got a formula that you plug that data into. And you said that's based on the services required for each of those categories, something like that.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, essentially, as I said, what we do is we work out what our total notional income is going to be, how much we're going to levy. We divide that up amongst the categories. We then, within the categories, divide that between the base rate and the ad valorem amount, and we can work that backwards to determine what the base rate will be and what the ad valorem rate will be to divvy up the pool of rates in the way that the model dictates. And yes, like I said, that is based both on the cost of service and the capacity to pay.
In the financial sustainability plan last year, there was discussion, and even at the SRV in 2023, there was discussion about coming up with another subcategory around residential because of the big issues with some of the coastal properties. How is that tracking?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So that is the project that I refer to. Council currently has 4 categories. Business gets divided into urban and other. Other than that, we've got residential and farmland. It is open to council to have more subcategories potentially and set different rates, for instance, for different suburbs. It's also open to council to have a minimum rate rather than a base rate. And they're things that we're currently exploring to see if they would return a more equitable distribution of the rates across the community. It is important to note, because of the way it works, that we have a total pool of money that we divide up over those categories. If any category essentially gets rated less, another category gets rated more. So I guess you could say, if you do change that, for every winner there is a loser somewhere as well.
So you just introduced a new term that I may have heard but don't remember having heard. What do you mean by a minimum rate as opposed to what, a base rate?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it is open to councils. At the moment, we use a base rate and ad valorem rate. And as you see in, sorry, I need to switch back to the paper. Base rate for residential is $737. And then you add your ad valorem value on top of that. Let's say you're totally middle of the road, you're going to get a rate that's around $1,500 based on that, double the base rate. One of the things that is open to council to do is to have minimum rates rather than base rates. And what that means is, let's imagine a minimum rate was, say, $1,000. If your calculation came out to only be $800, it would be bumped up to the $1,000 because nobody may have a rate below that. What that does in practice is means that you can make rates even less sensitive to property values, because all of those people that get stepped up to the minimum, there's somebody somewhere else that's getting stepped down at the high end. So like I said, that's what we're going through at the moment, is having a look at that cost of service and capacity to pay to work out which mechanisms most equitably and fairly distribute the rate burden across the community.
Councillor Coburn.
Just a further question in regards to that. Is there any predicted time frame around this review?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'd like to have it done by the end of the current financial year, potentially for implementation the year after, if there were changes from it, in line when the next general valuations will be received.
Are we talking this financial year or next financial year?
Sorry, we're talking June 2026. We hope to have the work completed by.
Do we have any further questions, councillors? Do we have any speakers for or against? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, I'm speaking against, and I'm just restating my position from 23 and 24. I don't support a rate rise. And I will just summarise those points. Is back in 2023, IPART did acknowledge a capacity to pay around the inability for pensioners and people on fixed income and low income, their capacity to pay. They acknowledged that 30% of people, this is in 2023, 30% of people were receiving Centrelink payments. The median income for Kempsey Shire Council was $56,000. About 15% of people pay more than 30% of their income on rent and mortgage, and that is a definition of mortgage stress, or rather housing and rental stress. IPART used that CFA index to qualify the lack of capacity to pay. Our index was 3, which is the third bottom of all of New South Wales. They also compared a rate of rates to median income, which was at 2.5%, which was higher than our neighbouring councils, and even those with similar CFA indexes. I also talked in the past about cost shifting. In local government, is cost shifted by $1.6 billion, and that has increased by 78% in 10 years. For Kempsey Shire Council, again, back in 2023, that cost shifting bill was $5.2 million, which is 19% of your rates bill. So 19% is going straight back. Natural disaster recovery, it's written somewhere that we've had, well, it's about 29 disasters since about 2009. And, you know, just since 2019 to now, we've had successive huge ones, the fire and the flood. And people just can't deal with the hardship and can't deal with it, hardship policy or not, they just can't. I'm really over that word resilient. I I know what it means, but it's also a little bit coercive. Don't worry, you're resilient, you can deal with it, because maybe people aren't brave enough or don't feel supported enough to say, you know what, I'm not resilient. I've lost my cattle 5 times and I can't afford the hay and my business is down and I've lost my house. I'm not resilient. Maybe they're not willing, maybe they're just too afraid to say, actually, I'm not resilient and I'm suffering. And I think governments can use that as an excuse or justifying to, you know, you're resilient, you'll get over it. That's the negative side of that. To support my position on not supporting a rate rise, and that it could be considered as irresponsible of me to do so and to put Kempsey into financial hardship, I have expressed my willingness to make hard decisions and to look at the savings. I think maybe even in the April one, I said, no, come on, let's go. Let's make these decisions. It's not been forthcoming for a variety of reasons. We had the recommendation to establish the revenue task force, which emerged into the a financial sustainability group overall. Nothing has come out of that. I provided a 14-page submission on the operational plan, asking questions and making suggestions and seeking clarification. I've had a little opportunity to be the councillor that I feel that I was elected to be, to able to make hard decisions about the budget, the service and the programs. And just for the fact that I do find it, how do I say this kindly, offensive, annoyed, take your pick, 14-page submission. I did not write that for my own entertainment. And I haven't had an opportunity to have that provided back to me. And I can't support that until I have had those discussions. So that's my dissent. Thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers for the making of the rates? Councillor Matchett.
Yeah, this isn't something that I take any joy in voting in favour of. It was a difficult decision then, but it was a decision that we collectively made in April, and all budgets and planning has been built around that. So I appreciate that this is an unpopular decision, but this is one of the tough decisions that we as council have to make in order to try to balance our budget. Excuse me. So given that all plans have been built around these numbers that we collectively agreed on, I think it's appropriate that we pass this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matchett. Do we have any speakers against? Councillor Pakes.
I agree with the sentiment of Councillor White. I do not support a rate rise and have not supported a rate rise from day dot. I have supported that council do the work to make change. I acknowledge that there has been significant changes in both the position of the ability to pay for our community from Tropical Cyclone Alfred to now to this natural disaster. And that not only makes this untenable for people to consider, it also means that council needs to move and change direction in the way, as I asked the question around the, a 7.5%, if we don't get that in the next financial year, that we will have to look at what we can't do or what we can deliver. And that ultimately, when we made this decision in February, the playing field was this. Now we've had these multiple natural disasters. Every business in the Macleay, every household in the Macleay that's been affected, every community organisation that's had to replace their equipment, every sporting group, everyone who's been affected has had to do something different. Yet we are not prepared to do something different. We are going with the same 7.5% rate increase. It's not right. We need to change. And it doesn't only start here, but this underpins the OP, the operational plan being put to us in the next section. And by agreeing to this, we're agreeing to that. And I don't agree to put that burden onto the community when yes, we've done fantastic work cleaning up, assisting, helping in the disaster, but there's so much work for the community to do in their own situations, and their budgets are at breaking point. I acknowledge that. I know that. I'm in my community daily. I see all sides of our community through fire and rescue, through my business, through my volunteer activities. I see the pain people are in, and this does not reflect their position. That's why I won't be supporting it.
Speakers for? Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'd like two things first. I'd like to ask the Director to speak on this issue, and then I'll also speak after he's finished, if that's okay with you.
Do you have a question, Councillor Saul?
Yes, Madam Mayor, on regards of the importance of ensuring this is actually passed by Council.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. As we alluded to previously, Council or the staff put a report to Council in February of this year seeking planning assumptions for the following year's operational plan and the delivery programs for the remainder of this term. Council or Council staff have then proceeded to prepare those documents and exhibit those documents based upon the planning assumptions that Council resolved to make, which included this particular rate increase. I would also say that it was noted by IPART when they assessed Council's application and approved the 15% that not only was the 15% desirable, but that it was necessary to ensure Council's ongoing financial sustainability. So I think putting those two points together, it's reasonably important, yes, that this recommendation be passed.
Thank you, Director. Madam Mayor, this is one of the most important parts of Council, is to ensure Council is solvent, to ensure Council is liquid and Council can go ahead. In the report, Madam Mayor, on page 14, councillors to consider if the proposed 7.5 ordinary rate increase were deferred by 1 year, the only standard rate peg applied thereafter, Council would need to borrow an additional $25 million. Now, how would the community react to that news if we didn't push this through and get this underway? This would result in approximately $7 million in additional principal interest payments. That is not good governance, Madam Mayor. I believe we need to get this passed and the OP passed and get on with governing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Selby, do you still wish to speak?
Yes, I wish to speak against it. I've thought long and hard about this over the last few months, and after seeing what we've been through, what the community's been through, I think that, you know, I've got to change my mind on it and vote against it.
Do we have any speakers for?
Yeah.
You've
Yeah, I
already-
just once again need to
You-
reiterate.
You've already spoken. You can't speak
Oh,
twice,
sorry.
unfortunately. And councillors, at the end of the day, we do need a motion to move forward. So I'll be speaking for this motion, and I'll be speaking. I would usually go last, but this is not a decision that any of us have taken lightly. But it is a decision rooted in responsibility, long-term thinking, and a genuine commitment to the future of the Kempsey Shire. As your mayor, I've listened carefully to the concerns of our community. I understand the cost of living pressures being felt in households and businesses across our region. I fully understand the impact of the recent natural disaster, but I also have a duty to our current residents and to the future generations that will come after us to ensure our council is financially sustainable and our core services remain strong and we maintain the security of our infrastructure. That's why I believe that we need this increase. Delaying this decision doesn't make the problem go away. It only makes it bigger and harder down the track. We need to set our council on firmer financial footing, and we need to give ourselves the capacity to maintain the essential services and infrastructure that our community not only expects, but deserves. This is not about collecting more money for the sake of it. It's about fixing what needs fixing. It's about addressing the backlog of road maintenance. It's about ensuring ensuring reliable sewer, water and stormwater systems. It's about keeping libraries, sporting facilities, community spaces open, safe and fit for purpose. These are not luxuries. These are foundations of a healthy, livable community. And right now our financial position is under strain. Inflation has driven up the cost of materials, labour and contracts, and at the same time, the demand for our services is increasing. I don't receive emails about people not wanting us to do things. I only receive emails about our community wanting more, about our community wanting a secure future. And in the wake of repeated natural disasters, population growth and ageing assets, we need this financial injection into our budget. And in my mayoral minute, I'm advocating for Cat D funding because the government hasn't come to fill in the gap for us. We've worked extremely hard as a community to do everything we can, but we can't rely on governments coming to foot the bill when all we're repeatedly experiencing is cost shifting. And like every household, council does try to do more with less. Council does try to work smarter, work harder, do the best for their community, and they do show up for the community, particularly when the community needs us most, as what was shown in the recent natural disaster. But like households, councils are trying to do more with less, but unlike households, we're responsible for managing the entire region's infrastructure and well-being. And this special rate variation isn't an arbitrary figure. It wasn't just plucked out of the sky. It was carefully developed as part of a long-term financial plan, assessed independently by IPART, and ultimately approved because the need was clear and urgent. By applying it in full this year, we reduce financial risk. By applying this increase this year, we reduce financial risk. We avoid further compounding debt, and we create headroom to invest where it matters most. We've engaged deeply with our community across through public exhibition and of our IPNR documents. We've listened, we've made adjustments, and we've worked hard to ensure this approach is fair. And let me be clear, this isn't just about spreadsheets. This is about making sure our young families are driving on safer roads, about our children accessing quality facilities and community spaces. It's about preparing for the next flood with stronger infrastructure. And it's about ensuring Kempsey isn't constantly playing catch up, but actually planning ahead with confidence. We're not here to make easy decisions. We're here to make the right ones. And by applying this increase now, is a strong, honest, and forward-looking decision. It gives us certainty, it gives us momentum, and most importantly, it gives our next generation a chance to inherit a shire that is not broken or behind, but resilient, ready, and full of potential. I thank our staff for their tireless work and transparency through this process, and I thank the community for engaging constructively where they could. Together, we're not making a decision just for us, we're making the decision for generations to come. So I commend this report to Council. And do we have any speakers against? Councillor Coburn.
I, like Councillor Wyatt, have made my position clear in the August meeting. That was a difficult situation. It is a difficult situation, but I have listened very strongly to the community. You've only got to look at the SRV process. The engagement, the levels of engagement were incredibly high. Overwhelmingly, our community came back almost begging us to not do this, yet we've ploughed ahead. And one of the key things that I think we're not considering is, yes, IPART did approve a partial special rate variation, but it also states that even though IPART approved a 15% special rate variation increase in year 2, council is under no obligation to implement the full increase and can choose to not implement it or can partially implement it. Furthermore, IPART allows council to carry forward any unimplemented rate rises over a 10-year period, allowing councils to implement catch-up increases in outer years. This is something that hasn't been considered by council. I believe very strongly that there is more work that can be done to limit these rate increases. And when I read through, and I have spent a lot of my time reading through every one of these documents in the IPNR document suite, and it alludes to another special rate variation within the 10-year period. And over the last 12 years, I believe this is the third special rate variation that we've had. And the community is very, very aware of this because it is affecting their hip pockets. Another thing that I think we really need to consider is the fact that we have a very high percentage of our residents and our businesses and our farms, they can't afford insurance. They cannot afford flood insurance, which puts them under more individual pressure because when we have these natural disasters, they don't have the ability to be able to look to their insurance companies to recompense them. It's coming out of their own pockets. So I have to really consider what I believe is the best option for our community and for the council. And that's why I've taken my position of not wanting to approve the 7.5% increase at this time, because I believe there is more work that can be done within the long-term financial plan and in particular the operational plan to reduce some of the spending and alleviate the need for these rate rises. I also see so much potential in the future, looking forward to future generations where there are opportunities for council within the commercial businesses that we own and run to be able to increase the profit returns that we potentially can make. And I would like to see council put some more work into presenting us with some business plans around how that might look. So that's the reasoning behind me not being able to support this rate increase.
Councillor Lawrence, would you like to speak?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to speak for the motion because I obviously I'm hearing everybody's points and their valid points. I do understand that we've made the decision in April to move forward with the documents and what are presented to us today. Myself, I guess, being a single parent, single income in my household, raising my 2 teenagers on my own, it is very difficult. I do have a mortgage myself. I do understand the impacts in terms of financial, burden that, things like the rate increase imposes on individuals in our community. I do also understand, I have had many conversations with many community members. Some of them on my soccer team as well have, had chats with me in passing about the impacts that it has, on their families as well. However, once I've explained to them, what the increase means and then obviously what that would mean on our community if we didn't do the increase, they are more understanding. So I basically, I feel like obviously there is, negative and positive sort of impacts in every situation. But us as a governing body, I feel like, the impacts negatively at this moment is going to be far off worse for our community in terms of things that our community are going to be missing out on and the service, the services that we can deliver from our, perspective from council. So, yeah, overall, I just feel like we made the decision we should pass this today and obviously, do what we can do in terms of working in partnerships with different things. We've got the Revenue Task Force. We can make changes moving forward now with all of the things that we're moving into the future. And we've got a really good, councillors here. Like everyone's amazing. We can put all and the staff are amazing. We can try and get together and try and make changes now. Obviously, all of these valid points that you guys are raising today. We can put our heads together and try and make sure that our community are supported in various ways by coming up with, different things. And we've got a new CEO on board as well, which I know, he's very proactive in terms of, making sure our community are supported. And, we had a conversation about partnerships and stuff and what that can look like in terms of, reducing that general fund expenditure and stuff. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. I'll now put the motion.
May I
Oh,
close?
you may close, Councillor Bain, sorry.
Madam Mayor. Look, I've very clear that in February, council staff asked us for guidance and we gave them guidance. We agreed as councillors that there wasn't going to be an ambush. There was going to be, we agreed to 7.5%. And as a council, we did. So various people may not have, but as a council, we resolved it. And it's, you know, IPART approved this, taking into consideration capacity to pay, taking into consideration that we need time to develop our long-term financial plan and to find those savings and the efficiencies that are going to get us out of this situation. But we're a $1.2 billion organisation. We're not agile. It takes time to make change. One of the huge changes that's happened over the years is the understanding of how we manage our assets. That's the really highly important strategic asset management plan. And we're looking at aging assets, aging water and sewer infrastructure, as we've discussed. We're looking at 1,200 kilometres of road, 600 sealed, 600 unsealed, which have all been damaged by the climate variation events, which are, you know, which are real and are impacting us every day. You know, the war in Iran, Israel and Iran, is going to impact prices at the Bowser, right? It's going to impact people's ability to. It's a further impact on cost of living, but that's also going to impact the cost of operating council. Are we going to say, well, it's not fair that we have to put the rates up? It's not fair that we have to do that, so we won't do it. And is it going to be fair to let our roads fall into disrepair? Is it going to be fair to not be able to maintain our water and sewer and public health requirements? If we don't do it, then OLG will step in, and they will take over. If we don't make this hard decision, though, this hard decision is creating time for us to get the Rates and Revenue Task Force, to allow our new CEO a chance to find his feet and look with fresh eyes at how we're operating. There is great opportunity here, and I think it's unfair. Yes, it's unfair that we have to put. I wish we didn't have to put the rates up. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I wish there was a magic pudding tree, but there isn't. Right? We've got to bite the bullet and go ahead with this. If we do not approve, and I'm just wondering if councillors are aware of what the outcome would be of not approving this. If we don't approve these making of the rates, then basically there's no point looking at 10.2, because if we don't have the money, we're saying, okay, we are going to withdraw all operations and go back to, I mean, we'll still have to do basic services, but I can't imagine what might happen. It's like, you know, the US, every now and then they have the huge fight about whether they're going to raise the debt ceiling, you know, or they're going to have a government shutdown. Are we going to have a government shutdown today because we don't resolve to make the rates? I think we need to very, very, very seriously consider what position we're taking on this, and I urge all of my colleagues to please support this.
Hear, hear, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. I'll ask those dissenting to raise their hands. Is there any dissent? There is 4 dissenting, 5 for the motion. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.2, which is integrated planning and reporting. Councillor Saul moving.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Bain seconding. Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, thank you for that. Yes, the second part is most important as well. We've done the making the rates, and now our program is in front of us to do. It was mentioned in this room how important it is that we fund our roads, infrastructure, parks and gardens and all parts. And through our integrated planning and reporting, we have a framework to do so. It's important for the community to be understand how things are done. They themselves can read the documents if they wish to and see where funding is being spent. Madam Mayor, without this framework, we don't have a budget, we don't have a way forward. So we must make sure we do pass this. It's essential that we do have programs. We have situations where, you know, a go forward movement. So I urge you to pass the IPNR integrated planning and reporting framework, which is structured used by councils all over the state. It's a central requirement to have in our council by our government. So let's hope we can get this done so our community is not in limbo, is not going to have to sit down and say, well, we don't have a way forward. We have a way forward. We must make sure we now take a step past this and get things moving. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor White, do you have questions?
I just want to move into committee of the whole so we can discuss 8 documents methodically, one by one.
Seconded. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. We're now in committee of the whole. The first document is, can you, councillors, remind me what order they are in your docs on tap, because they may not be the same in the business paper. The delivery program.
It's the first one. Workforce management.
Delivery program's the first one.
All right, so we'll move now.
It's exactly the same as.
Yeah, it just wasn't one meeting and it confused everybody. So delivery program we're going through at the moment. Who would like to open discussion on that? Councillor Bain.
Yeah, look, I've got a significant concern about the disappointing level of community engagement, I guess. And I heard Mr. Kay in the public forum last night saying that it's about a lack of trust, and people won't bother to put in a submission if they don't feel that they're going to be heard, and that we are reaching this point where there's a lack of trust between the community and council, both and councillors and council staff, which is a great concern for me. Do we have any criteria, like if we're setting up our community engagement team, and I absolutely acknowledge the work that they put in, and it must be quite frustrating for them to put in all that work and then not get much in the way of response. I'm not sure if it can be read to say, well, that just means everyone's happy with what we're doing, but do we have a criteria that says these are do we have targets for community engagement? Number of people that we've spoken to, number of people that we've approached.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I guess in the context of consulting on these types of plans and so on, no, we don't have targets directly. I agree with your sentiment that certainly sometimes we find it disappointing as well. It's not a challenge which is unique to Kempsey Shire Council. I think you'll find on the whole across the state that the people who do engage with councils are the ones who feel very strongly one way or the other, and there's a large number of people that you'll find in the middle who might have feelings but not strong enough to go out of their way to express them. But so yeah, look, certainly something that we acknowledge, but no, to answer your question directly, there are not particular targets that we are looking for.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, like in terms of, let's say, a political campaign, for example, you might set if you're doing a strategy, you'll set targets of we're going to knock on 2,000 doors, or we're going to have X number of meaningful conversations, or we're going to phone bank 2,000 households, or we're going to send out, pay a particular amount in promoting emails, or promoting social media. But so is there that opportunity in future to say, well, hang on, we will do this. We will, get out there and put in some some hard targets and say, this is how we're going to do it. I understand what you're saying, that a lot of people aren't interested and across other shires, but is it possible that we can do the work differently? I mean, how much do we spend a huge amount on community engagement? Maybe we can use that more effectively in another way. I'm just putting it out there as a thought.
Councillor Wyatt.
So if we're starting on the community engagement, my head is flat for bouncing my head against the brick wall for this community engagement. It does my head in completely as well. This time we have even less than the year before and the year before and the year before. We have 1 written, 5 from your say Macleay, and 2 additional written, and that was from Councillor Coburn and myself. But we did get 1 person 24 to 34, and 2 people 45 to 54, and 2 people over the age of 65. And I think Lindsay yesterday quoted something by Spadco which says sporadic at best. Like 5. I just can't. But I did read that in the dominant reply from the one written, it was themes around tennis facilities in West Kempsey and more sporting facilities in Southwest Rocks. I don't know how that is providing meaningful input into the conversation. There was an extensive submission from Spadco, well thought out. They do an amazing job. They advocate for their community really well. It is comprehensive. It is well thought out. They are inclusive for their community. And forgive my cynicism, but this needs some serious reform. It does not provide informed decision making. It certainly doesn't help mine anyway. And it is not the best use of limited resources. LGAs are struggling with financial sustainability, delivering quality services, programs that make a place worth living. We're responding to disasters regularly. This process of community engagement as window dressing is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I can't begin. Yeah, anyway, it's ridiculous. This is regulated by the Office of Local Government and the Local Government Act. I really would like to see how the other councils in our Group 4 respond to this. And I'd really like to see some assessment, like a value for money and value adding in this process. To me, it's just window dressing. It's wasting time. I've said it for 4 years since I've been in this room. You've got to do something different. Putting it on public display and getting 5 comments back, I'd like to see how much that cost. So I've got 2 questions as a result of that. Do you have any insight of what you think is the appetite for reforms through how IPNR documents are put on public display? Because it is resource hungry and is not working. And the second part of that is, oh no, go on, that's the first question.
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would say we've always got appetites at looking at new ways of working within the resourcing that we've got available.
Sorry, I meant the local government, Office of Local Government.
There's currently no reforms to the IPNR process underway.
Okay. The second question then is, can someone provide your thoughts about community engagement with 5 people as being meaningful and useful for informed decision making? How is that useful and informed? Please, someone provide a comment. Enlighten me, please.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Not being part of the process and struggling to understand why this is the case, not just here, not just in our neighbours, but across Australia. People aren't engaged in local government. People are disengaging with politics across the board. So this is not something that we're an orphan. This is something systemic. And it's going to take a lot of effort for us to change this around. But it's an opportunity for us to do something different and perhaps set a benchmark for others to follow, learn lessons from us. We can certainly look at what's best practice elsewhere and other mechanisms for making it easier for people to engage with council. So I'm happy as we go forward to not just have a comms plan on how we will try and engage, but also have some targets to try and drive up that level of engagement. But it is going to be a difficult process. And the first step is beginning to put some runs on the board and build trust with the community so that they can see the value that their contribution will make in our decision making. But happy to work with elected members to try and find some solutions to deliver a level of engagement that reflects the investment the officers make in this process, but also the level of investment that our community wants to see and delivers on the aspirations that they have for this shire.
Thank you. We'll go Councillor Saul and then Councillor Pakes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, the question was a low response on paper and an email, but I'm not sure about yourself. Well, I've had many people come in person, on the phone, and speak to me about things. They're reluctant to do that by email or letter writing, but they will ring the Mayor, as she knows, myself and others, and give you their opinion. They don't hold back. Sometimes you've got to be careful how you answer that question, but the feedback is strong, and they will tell you how they think on issues. But they're happy to have a one-on-one, not going through a system. So, Madam Mayor, that won't change. That's our community. And they're happy to say, right, I'm going to ring the mayor and tell them what I think about this. And they do so. That's a democracy. And that's our job as councillors, to take the call, say thank you for your feedback. We appreciate that. And it's passed on to staff as needed. So we as the councillors are the one who should be the first port of call, and we are in many cases. I can't speak for all of you, but I don't know about you, but I get many, many calls, but also people coming in person to speak to you because they feel an issue is important. They want to get off their chest, and they do that in a way where, you know, we feel we've been heard now, not just writing a submission on paper, but by actually sitting down and venting. And often that's a good way to do things because they feel like they've been heard, they feel like they've been listened to. If we don't listen, we won't learn. So, Madam Mayor, I think that the councillor's role is to be that, as we should be, that situation where we do listen to the community and pass on our concerns. So while we're upset about having less submissions, I still think the community has been heard, and many are happy as just to go along allowing the councillors, as our elected role is, to run the Shire. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Peggs.
I would allude to 355 communities as being a more effective way to get community feedback because they are directly involved in the community and they are set up to be a voice between community activity and council activities, whether it be sport, agriculture, tourism, business. We have an opening there for us to improve our engagement. Now, it may not be through the IP&R documentation, but it may be an avenue that we can use to better connect to community. Now, it is part of some of our strategies to have a sports council, etc. But I'll go back to the feedback we've had from SPADCO, and they asked, when are we going to change the direction of the ship? When is something going to change? And I'll go to why community feedback has reduced, and it's because organisations like Kempsey Ratepayers or other organisations have made effort in the past to respond to the documentation or put on display, but it's come to no change. And it's not much different to what the sentiment was from the councillors pre the draft OP going out on display, and it coming back for nominal changes, basically the same numbers at the end as what it was when it went out. We need to be able to deliver what's in that OP. And then that obviously leads back to the long-term delivery plan. But if we're not doing that, we've got to ask ourselves why. And that seems to be a theme that we haven't been able to deliver. We need to increase capacity to be able to deliver. And that's what the delivery program is about. And if that means 355's better connection, more focus, more emphasis on priority of what we're delivering versus doing it because we've got funding for it, I think that's where we've got to go. And we're still doing work from 2021 disasters. So let's be fair to income. We need to get these things off our books and get the jobs done, or hand the money back.
Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor, some of the comments that I had around the DP were embedded in the major projects section. As a new councillor, I guess there's a lot of things that are referenced in there that have no links to be able to go and actually look at the plans. Now, there's just so many plans that are embedded within these documents. Some of the ones I noted down was I have never seen the 30-year waste management strategy. I certainly haven't seen a bike plan, an arts plan, the digital plans. They've never been presented to us, yet I'm being asked to make decisions on things that I really struggle sometimes to find that information. It would have been very helpful for me to be able to see those plans, be able to click on the link and then be able to read the plan so that I know what it's actually referring to. I feel the development plan overall it's fairly generic. When I look back to previous development plans, some of the aspects within it, the items within it are just cut and paste. They haven't changed. And And I wonder if there is any appetite, as I said, just the number of plans. It's quite overwhelming. It must be overwhelming for staff to be constantly having to put these under review, whether we can integrate them into less plans or be more specific in giving councillors at least the links to be able to read them so that we have that information at hand. I do search for a lot of things, and some things are very difficult to find and navigate through. So that would be my general feedback around that. I agree with the community engagement, the strategy that we have in place at the moment. For a resident to go in and open this document and look at all the sub-documents, you really have to be very interested. It is a huge amount of work to go through. I know for myself personally, it took me many hours, many days to actually read everything, to be able to understand the linkages of how they work together, how they interface with each other. And when you start going through those things, there are certain things that jump out at me where I believe there could be a strategy or perhaps a different direction that we could go in. But because they're all embedded together, under this one suite of documents, it becomes really problematic. So that's my general feedback around that DP. Thanks.
Thank you. So does anyone have more comments on the delivery program? Councillor Bain?
Yeah, look, I'm having a look at the different aspects of the delivery program, and really there's, if we look at trying to balance their priorities, we've got with the environment, we've got significant investment in our waste management and that working towards that circular economy. We really need to start addressing that. Climate change adaptation, I think recent events have shown us that we have to do that, we have to. And the water and sewer upgrades, massive amount of investment, but our water and sewer infrastructure is failing. We have environmental protection responsibilities that we have to get this done. So huge amount of money that's involved, and yes, we'd love to get more. I mean, I think I'd have to congratulate Director Trotter on the work they've done in getting grant funding, huge positive in our financial situation because of the work that's been done there. In the economy, if we want to develop our economy as both tourism and agriculture are really key components. So we've got the five headlands walk. Now, investment, and I'm thinking too about the development of the holiday parks, where there's not an appetite to increase rates, but there's also not an appetite to improve our income with holiday. And I admit I voted against that development at Southwest Rocks, but now I'm reflecting that maybe we should be looking at getting that if we need to get that revenue up. Airport, clearly a major cost to our community, but it's also highly valued by our community. I mean, in terms of disaster recovery, and particularly when bushfire and not so much in floods, the airport's not as useful there, but in bushfire, the care flights and medical evacuations. So we need to keep that airport open, and if we're going to keep that open, there's costs that have to run with it. Leadership, okay, absolutely, we need to be looking at our community engagement strategy, but I think we need to look at maybe reviewing that again. Customer experience, I will say again that I advise people to get a customer reference number, and it improves their customer experience phenomenally. And we really need to get on with that to get that to become an automated part of the system. And it's been years, and I understand that things don't change overnight, that we have to take time to do changes properly. We are a $1.2 billion organisation. We can't turn on a dime. Our workforce development, hugely important for the future of our Shire. Financial sustainability, always front and centre. And we can't cut a digital strategy in the 21st century with cybercrime and data leakages. We have to be really, really on top of the game. And I think Kempsey Shire does really, really well in that space. You know, community, sports, arts, aquatic strategy. I do take on board what Mr. Kay again said at the public forum. You know, that I hope that all our arts money is not going into one pool of the Slim Dusty Centre. I hope that we've got a little bit more variety than that. But things like the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, and integrating that with the dementia awareness, which, you know, I've been banging on about for a fair while as well. We need to make sure that I don't know if you watch much TV or to notice that dementia is becoming more and more a topic of focus, and so we need to be working at integrating that into our Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which we are. Our Reconciliation Action Plan has got to move into the next stage. Sports development, absolutely important for our community. I can't see that. I think we've got a relatively good balance of balance of priorities within our. We're just looking at the delivery program at the moment, but I think we've got. I support it. I know that there's improvements we can make.
Of a whole again. So we'll take a short break. Welcome back, everyone. After a short break, I do apologise for the slight delay. We're still in committee of a whole at the moment, councillors, and we had gone through the delivery program, and there still are a number of documents. Is there still an appetite to go through each of these? Do we have any more questions on the DP, or can we move to the workforce management plan? All right, workforce management plan.
I do. Document just shut down. Can you give me a second, or have I missed my opportunity?
That's okay. Councillor Coburn, are you ready with your questions? Councillor Coburn.
Yes. First of all, I guess it's acknowledging the fact that we have very much a male-dominated workforce. That's very clear just from the statistics that have come back through that workforce management plan. Most of the permanent roles go to the men, and I wonder where the opportunities for women within the workforce sit. The Grow Your Own, I believe, should include not only the opportunities for trainee and cadets, but these opportunities should also be offered internally to existing staff to perhaps have a change in their own personal direction, to upskill themselves, to go into other roles. I also believe that some of the opportunities that come up through vacant roles, particularly the permanent ones, should be offered to the permanent part-time staff or the casual staff or offered internally, if you like, rather than going out to the external market. I also believe that the acting roles for the senior leadership team, that the opportunities to act up into the director roles when we have the movements within the ELT is really important, that they all get the opportunities to be able to act in those director roles. That's certainly personal development and improves their knowledge base. And they may also bring new ideas and new things to the table. I also there's an underlying feeling that there's a fear of the council of losing staff or not attracting staff. Now, my observation around that is the fact that we live in just a beautiful geographic area. We do have a high volume of unemployed local people, so I believe there is a good local stock that could be brought into the council. And as far as the process of actually looking at employing a new CEO really opened my eyes by just the sheer volume of applications that we got. It is a really desirable area to come to, and Andrew is testament to that. My other comment is around workplace health and safety. I believe it's very important that all staff are given time to be able to log on. And I know it's really difficult when you've got working groups that are going out there, they have their toolbox meetings and bang, they're in the trucks and go. There needs to be time given to their staff to be able to log in, to be able to keep up to date with their learning online. I assume, as just from my own experience in local government, that a lot of it is done online because it's the cheapest and most cost-effective way to deliver that. And that identifies, I believe, for managers where there are shortfalls in that learning process, where open discussions can be had with staff around the difficulties they may have with technology or the difficulties they may have in understanding the processes that they're meant to be following. So that was just something that jumped out at me as well. And also the layers of accountability within the organisation. I know that senior staff, and I don't know how far this travels down, will undertake performance reviews. And I wonder what those performance reviews look like. There needs to be layers of accountability within the organisation rather than just a general, oh, someone made a mistake. I understand we're all human. We all make mistakes. But there needs to be that sense of accountability where staff are employed by Kempsey Shire Council to perform duties at 100% capacity on their day of work. And it's really important that culture is really developed within the workforce. I also have looked at the fact that there will be 31 people retiring over the next 4 years. I believe it is a unique opportunity to perhaps look at those positions now rather than waiting for them to reach that point, to see if there is any opportunity perhaps for some cost savings, for some integration, or perhaps some internal shifting within the organisation to fill those roles. I just think it is a really good opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Councillor Wyatt.
I found my document. Thank you. I share all of that. I provided 59 comments on this one, so on the workforce plan, and I have issues with the plan around things like the workforce profile statistics, more data on what that profile actually looks like, temps, part-time, casuals, where they sit in the band, where they sit in the skill levels, progression pathways for employees, succession planning into roles, transfer of knowledge and maintenance of knowledge, mandatory training programs, support programs such as leadership, mentoring, critical incident, trauma, buddying, networks, all those kind of things, and forward thinking around generational needs, working and workforce trends. Those are my sort of primary concerns that I don't feel are addressed there, whether they should be addressed there or in another place. I mean, I'd like more information around that. I think there's a disproportionate underrepresentation of women in senior and executive roles. There's very few women are members of the senior leadership team. There's none in the executive leadership team. I feel that this reinforces very outdated gender norms and limits diverse leadership perspectives. I mean, why would women stay in an organisation that just consistently doesn't put women into executive leadership roles? I mean, visually, it looks like there's no career pathway for women into senior leadership or executive leadership. I mean, just recently we had a briefing from the sewer and water team, and it put up a unit structure. I don't know, maybe there was 20 roles in that. There's not one woman in the leadership roles. In whether it's a team leader right up, I couldn't see any women there. I'm also part of that workforce profile. I want to see there are norms around traditional women roles and men roles too. I want to see what that looks like as well. I want more detailed on the workplace culture, emerging trends in work patterns. That's the generational piece and the flexibility, which has all changed since COVID, and different generations have different ways of working. Addressing just, how are you going to address that diversity and inclusion to improve statistics? Most of them have decreased from what I can see over the time. I mean, how does it align to organisational needs and strategies? Is it adaptable to future needs? I want more information around talent reviews, talent development, identifying gaps, where they are, what are the remedies. I just feel it's very cookie cutter, for want of a better term. I have 4 questions rather. 3 you may decide are not appropriate in this forum. If so, I can ask elsewhere, but I'll ask them anyway. First question is, what is the performance review process and what is the talent development process?
Mr. Thorogood.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. We use 3 different methods of performance review and professional development across the organisation. At certain levels of the organisation, there is a competency-based assessment framework. So people, upon reaching particular competencies, progress through the system, and their professional development is targeted at increasing their competencies to the next level necessary for those positions. Throughout the professional staff, performance evaluation and professional development is much more performance targeted. So it's going to be based on reaching goals and objectives to progress there, and professional development is going to be targeted around succession planning, what skills are necessary to step up to another role in the organisation or potentially another organisation. and developing that. And then between the two of them, we do have a hybrid assessment process, which will generally start with a number of levels of competency-based progression, followed by that performance-based progression once you maximise the competency.
Councillor Wyatt.
So that's now I have a follow-up. Succession planning is, as the baby boomer generation, the boomer generation, I think that the workforce profile, I think our average age was something like 47. So, and I'm not sure how many of those were how many is at retirement age, but I know in other industries, it's a big deal. The succession planning is a big deal. And that also goes to knowledge retention. For example, you might have a whole bunch of sewer and water people retire, who know behind that tree, that's where that pipe goes. So that's a really important piece is that. My second question is, do you do exit interviews with staff?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do exit interviews.
And do they then inform maybe the position description of the role that they're leaving, or how do they influence change or adaptation?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. That's going to depend on the feedback that comes through the exit interviews, but that information is passed on to the executive, may be used in the way that role is reviewed, may be used in reviewing culture in a particular area, may be used. It depends on what the feedback is, but we definitely act on the feedback that we get through exit interviews.
And then my fourth question is, what is the selection process for recruitment into the acting CEO, the directors, and the senior management roles?
Mr. Thor. Mr. Medal.
Thank you. So my understanding is council passed a resolution last year to put the current arrangements in place, which run through until the 31st of December this year, which enables the director, corporate and commercial is the first pick. And then some discretion after that. The current director has agreed to continue with the current arrangements, which saw Michael Jackson as the acting GM whilst I got myself ready to start the role, and Michael will continue that role again from tomorrow for a short period. After that, what I'll be looking to do is have a more equitable split, so everybody will have a go. Across the organisation, my intention is to introduce an approach where for longer periods of absence there is an expressions of interest process where staff across the organisation can apply a very simple approach to see whether they would like to do the roles on a temporary basis. And we'll be able to make a decision without a lot of bureaucracy around that. Growing your own includes not just giving people the opportunity to act up, but also providing them with some leadership training. So that again is something that we're going to look to. It's an intention of mine to roll out a leading from the middle program to make sure those who are either aspiring to leadership or already in some of those middle management roles have the opportunity to put new skills in their toolbox and help us grow and develop leadership across the organisation. So there's a number of things that I'm thinking about, I just need time to align what I'm thinking with the executive, but I am looking at an opportunity to grow the executive in terms of its skills and development and create opportunities for each of them. Thank
you. Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor White?
Thank you for that answer. That's actually what I was looking for. That is fantastic. I mean, I remember once being like a low grade acting as a regional manager. They're jumping 3 grades ahead, and people should be able to give them that opportunity. So love that answer. Thank you. And then my final question is the organisation expresses pride when it talks about employing people into trainees, cadetships and apprenticeships. When those ships end, is there ongoing role for them?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. That depends on the particular part of the organisation they're in. We certainly look to try and retain those people in the organisation, and there's quite a number, for instance, that have come through Wes's area, where even potentially prior to the conclusion of their traineeship, apprenticeship, or cadetship, an opportunity might arise and they move on to full-time employment even before the end. But that is not always the case that we're able to do that. So from time to time, some of those people do move on or find opportunities elsewhere rather than remaining with council.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Which is fine. It's just being able to provide ongoing employment, especially for cadets and trainees, because they're quite short, to have ongoing employment. That's good. Thanks. That's all my questions on the workforce one.
Do we have any more questions on workforce management? Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask what specific programs exist to grow Aboriginal and disability employment, like from traineeships through to team lead and directors.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, there's been a few things that have happened in that space. Obviously, there's our own initiatives where we will engage Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in the workforce directly through direct recruitment. We've had a long-standing partnership with Aboriginal Employment Strategy AES in town, which has seen Aboriginal school-based trainees placed within the organisation. We're currently working at the moment with New South Wales Health on the Aboriginal Environmental Health Officer role. That has progressed. We have recently received our exemption from the Anti-Discrimination Board to be able to progress that. So that is good news. I'm not sure if Wes can speak of. There's certainly programs through some of our partners, particularly with large contractors, of course, that will have programs that run within their workforce as well. And there's something that we look at on the procurement side of things. So when we are engaging contractors and so on, that's one of the facets that we look at with those. Wes has probably done a bit more work in that space.
Mr. Trotter.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So just recently, we've been working with DQ with the Aboriginal traineeships. So we've sort of had a bit of a partnership with us, Bega, Valley Shire Council, as we're sort of we're seen as leaders in that space. So basically, we had former trainee that are now operators interviewed and current trainees, Indigenous trainees that we've got going through interviewed as well. So just to showcase, the program that we do have and how well that's working in our community. So. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
That's awesome. Thank you. No, I'm really glad that got through the anti-discrimination stuff that you did. Just one more question. So is there a target for Aboriginal employment by 2029 and how will we track the progress for that?
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, we don't have a fixed target. So we do track the percentage within the workforce, but we haven't adopted a target.
That is the workforce management plan. We'll now move to the SAMP. Do we have any questions on the SAMP or discussion? Councillor Coburn.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to refer to feedback from the Micromex survey that's spoken about within the SAMP. The 61% of respondents who want to maintain services at current levels without producing any new spending. To me, it's interesting how council interprets that information to the way that I interpret that information, looking at it from the other side. Council interprets that information as meaning business as usual. We just keep tracking the way we're going. 61% of people are endorsing that. I look at that number and go, wow, that's 61% of people to say, stop spending so much money. That's the difference in looking at it from a community perspective to a council perspective. And I just wanted to point that out. I believe the surveys that we're producing, again, it comes back to the piece around community engagement. But most organisations who produce surveys, particularly if they're produced, the ones that are produced on the internet, are driven, the way the questions are placed, they're driven by the information that council is looking to get. So they limit the opportunity for individuals to give their own opinion or give their own feedback on that. And I think that's something that our new CEO has alluded to, that how we engage in that process can certainly be improved. I also wanted to note the fact that we're already sitting at $1.6 billion in assets, and we're about to start producing some new and renewed assets, which don't affect the depreciation and maintenance levels in the early part of the long-term financial plan, but will definitely start kicking in as we, progress further towards the later years in that plan. And that's certainly going to be another burden that will come back to the ratepayers. I know that a lot of work has been done by the staff, and I commend them for doing this, because a business really has to know what their assets are and what condition they're in to be able to adequately predict a budget. I wonder, from that point of identifying those assets and rating them, where we go as far as, are all of these assets necessary? Should they all still be on our books? Is there going to be a process of looking at all of those assets and saying, particularly in regards to certain structures, why are they still sitting on their books, particularly if they're not being used? Are there things that we can offload to reduce the burden of the amount of assets that council currently holds? I also wanted to comment about the need for borrowings. It's something that I have spoken about previously, because we're not able to accumulate any capital. We seem to be in a position where we're using every cent that we have, and we're borrowing $10 million to be able to continue doing our OPEX. That is an alarm bell, because it's kind of like having a credit card to pay off the credit card. And for me, that's a little bit of an alarm bell. I did note there's a change in those borrowings. We were initially told there would be the $10 million for the general fund and the 37 into the water fund. That's now changed to $15 million into the general fund, and a reduction to $27 million into the water fund. I would like some clarification around that change. I'll stop there so I can get that question.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yep. Through you, Madam Mayor. As councillors are aware, we've seen some significant grant funding that is coming into the water and sewer programs, and hence the profiling of borrowings in those programs has decreased. As that funding has come in, you'll see there are still some borrowings in those funds, and as we will continue to seek more grant funding in those areas, we are hoping that by the time those later years come along where there's borrowings in there, that we're able to avoid some of those borrowings also by grant funding. Within the general fund, I'd have to have a look. Sorry, what page number were you referring to?
Sorry, the actual borrowings actually sits under the revenue policy right at the end, but it is spoken to in the SAMP.
Sorry, won't be a moment.
Page 21.
Page 21 of the SAMP, thank you. Sorry, I'm just seeking some information on that. If you want to move on, I might come back to it in a moment.
Thank you, I will. Now, another thing that I did note was Table 10, which is the annual financial summary. It predicts an annual spend of approximately $130 million for this year in capital expenditure. It also alludes to the fact that that level of spending will be required across each year of the long-term financial plan. I'm assuming to address the backlog of maintenance, but I would also have to assume that there are other new projects or replacement projects that are going to come into play, which I certainly have no knowledge of.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. And that some of this probably goes to the comment that you said earlier. The borrowings that are in the program are only for capital purposes. There's no borrowings in the program for operational purposes. The borrowings that are in the program are for the capital replacement program to ensure that our asset condition overall does not get worse than they currently are. So I guess going back to the point where you started, where the response we got is 61% of people want things to stay as they are. The purpose of those borrowings in each year in the general fund is to maintain the asset condition as it currently is by renewing those assets which are at their end of life each year above and beyond what we can currently do with our rate income. And we have a challenge with that if the borrowings weren't in the program, if we didn't borrow that money and we let the asset condition deteriorate, then given the worse asset condition that you're starting from plus cost escalation, they will actually cost well and truly more to replace in future years than the interest that is paid on the borrowings, and hence why as a prudent asset manager we're recommending to take out those borrowings to do those renewals, despite the fact that all of us would prefer that there's no borrowings in the general fund.
Just another comment to that. I noted in that asset replacement that we're currently sitting in the 60%, I think it's 68%, I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, and that we're going to try and increase that up to something like 96%. Does that all have to be done immediately? Is that something that's projected to happen across the 10 years?
So through you, Madam Mayor, that ratio is measured on a year-to-year basis. So what that ratio measures in any given year, are we replacing as many of our assets that are becoming end of life? So for any year that ratio is less than 100%, there needs to be a future year where it's more than 100%. So in order to evenly spread that load across each and every year, in order to address things like intergenerational equity, we don't want assets running down in this generation and then having to be repaired by the next generation. We need to make sure that ratio is as close to 100% in each and every year as we can possibly make it. It's one of the ratios which is used to define whether a council is financially sustainable or not. Going back to your previous question about why the loan borrowings in the general fund were bumped up to 15 million, that was purely to ensure that we have adequate cash on hand at the end of the year, that we're not in a position where we've actually taken money out of restricted funds because we have a negative cash position in the general fund. So those loan borrowings were driven by cash flow to make sure that we keep unrestricted cash on hand. Sorry, the increase in those loan borrowings, I should say, but they will be utilised for capital purposes.
Stamp questions? All right, we'll move on to the long-term. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, I'm on page 31 of the depreciation list, and I'm looking at annual depreciation amounts on buildings, open space, stormwater, capital assets, transport, plant equipment, waste. And if you look at the ratio, my question's around the ratio of that annual depreciation amount. Now, take buildings, for example, 81 million, and it's 1.3 per year for the buildings. It all is a different percentage ratio. Is there an explanation on how that percentage ratio relative to the total value, capital value is? I know it's a lot, it varies massively from business. So is there an explanation as to how that's calculated and why it's different for different assets?
So yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, different asset classes have different useful lives, and sometimes within an asset class, different subcomponents of the asset might have different useful lives. So, quite obviously a building will last longer than a truck does, and therefore a truck is depreciated much more rapidly than a building. Our depreciation is straight line, so if a building costs $100 million and it will last 100 years without indexation, that will cost us $1 million in depreciation in the first year. It will cost us $1 million depreciation in the last year. But our assets are revalued throughout their life on a cycle, which means as the cost escalates over that 100 years, we might revalue it 5 years down the track and it might now be worth 105 million, not 100 million. And thus the depreciation will get indexed on that as well. And that happens right across all of the asset classes. But the reason why they're different percentages is purely the difference in useful lives in those classes of assets.
And I note in the page before that the stormwater remains unfunded pending a full network condition assessment. Now, that's a pretty major task. Is that budgeted, the network condition assessment? And where might that be seen? I know it's not Wedz's area. I suppose it sits with infrastructure. Because it could have major cost implications.
Mr. Jackson.
The stormwater, essentially the asset condition assessments, particularly for stormwater, is being done through the strategic asset planning function. So through that area, we'll be doing that, obviously with some assistance through the infrastructure delivery, but effectively the managed and budgeted through the strategic asset management function.
So when was the last time that might have occurred? Because obviously it's a condition, an asset condition calculation. When was that last done?
I think it's fair to say that council is improving its asset management information and adding stormwater to the mix. So a comprehensive survey, I don't believe, has been done in recent history.
Mr. Medal.
Yeah, just to provide a bit more advice for you, councillor. It's unlikely that a comprehensive assessment's been done historically, but that the assessment has now started, and we're also combined that with the work that we've been doing relating to the flood. So not only are we clearing stormwater assets, we're also sending CCTV in so that we can physically inspect the condition of those assets, and the team are working really hard because they understand the importance of this, and it could be another hidden challenge for us to deal with.
Probably just to add a little bit of context to that through you, Madam Mayor. I can't remember what year it was fair value asset valuation came in for New South Wales councils. But once upon a time, we didn't use fair value valuations. We used what was called historic value. So when you put the stormwater in, you put that much money on the books and you went away and you maintained it and eventually you'd replace it. So historically, really good asset data on the condition of those assets wasn't necessary because our asset management plans were not based, the way we managed assets wasn't based around their current condition. We've come a long way in asset management as a sector, not just as a council, and hence why some of the asset classes we've been over the years improving our maturity in that asset data. We've gone through that for all our transport assets, and we've done it for things like culverts and stuff you can see, and that's where we're now embarking on that in the buried assets in the stormwater space.
So that might be a potential expense that's not budgeted for in there. Going forward for the valuation of all assets, we can look back to what we valued them at, looking forward in the appreciation of the cost of the asset. Are we looking at a straight line tangent at 4% CPI, or how is that calculated in that 10-year plan? Because inflation has changed asset value from 2015 to now at a measured rate, but going forward, how does that measure? Because that's what we're calculating our depreciation on in the 10th year or 5th year or whatever year it is. How is that? Is it calculated on a tangent, or how is that calculated?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam, I'm just skipping over to the long-term financial plan where that information is documented. Our long-term assumption for depreciation, which is in that document, is 0.5% above CPI, and currently our long-term CPI assumption is 2.5%. So we're indexing that at 3% through the long-term financial plan.
And does that reflect from the previous 10 years? Is 2.5% what we've run at for the last 10 years?
I'd have to go back and look at previous plans. No, CPI assumptions have been much higher and much lower in different previous years.
Yeah.
Next year's long-term financial plan, it will be based on what CPI is at the time that plan is developed, and that's why we change the long-term financial plan every single year. It's based on the outer years are based on the best assumptions that we can make at the time the plan is formulated, which is based on where we think it's going to track compared to where it is today.
Thank you. And with that, we are in the long-term financial plan. Does anyone have any questions in regards to that? Councillor Bain.
No, more of a comment than a question. I'm just looking at page 27 on the Treasury management policies, and I think there's a really good desired outcome here. And yeah, the initiative description is around developing a debt policy outlining how debt will be used, thinking intergenerational equity and the consumption of assets across the useful life. And the desired outcome is that both council and community understand the importance of debt as a way of funding long-term assets. And if I look at our debt service cover, we are well within the Office of Local Government guidelines, and I know that it's like the constant borrowing is a problem. But when you compare the level of borrowing to the, and I've several times today I've said $1.2 billion, and I'm looking at this is actually $1.9 billion worth of assets. So when you're borrowing, when you're taking into account the level of the value of the assets as compared to what the amount that you're borrowing, it seems to me that while we'd rather not be doing it, but it is still within that Office of Local Government debt service cover, and we're still in a healthy, well, not healthy, but we're in a manageable, sustainable position, and we need to continue that on. So yes, we do need to borrow, and I think absolutely that the idea that we need to increase understanding of community and council about the way debt is used is really, really important.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I have enjoyed your journey into financial understanding. It's very interesting, your observations. Do we have any more comments? Sorry, I genuinely enjoyed that. Councillor Wyatt.
Yes. If the environmental levy does not continue beyond 27-28, does that result in a decrease for ratepayers on their total amount payable? Part 1, and Part 2. So it represents $10 million. Oh, it's not 10. $1.505 million. So yeah, does it? If the levy isn't gotten, and if we want to keep going, is that an SRV?
Encyclopedia Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Ties in nicely to a comment that Councillor Coburn made earlier that one of the that the documents moot a future special variation, and that future special variation is indeed the application to continue the environmental levy. So the plans currently assume that in 2028 we will be making application to continue that environmental levy. If we don't make that application or it is not granted, then yes, indeed, ratepayers will see a decrease in their rate bill when that environmental levy comes off, and we will see a decrease in the funding that we have for environmental projects off the back of that.
Yeah, thank you for that. I've just got this document. I made 51 comments, and I'm not going to ask all of those questions. I'm sure everyone would want to stick hot pins in my eyes if I did, but I do need to make a better decision. I really do need more information on the financial sustainability plan, which is greatly reduced in 24-25. Admittedly, some of those have moved into the OP, and I don't have enough knowledge to make a good conscious decision on this, but because I want to see like for like where did those go? It's not obvious to me. That's just a statement. But I have a couple of questions on the general fund, please. One's sort of similar to what was asked a minute ago. First question is, in the draft in a general fund, it had $8 million, and now it's increased to $10 million. Have you answered this already? It went from, yeah, in the draft it had $8 million as an operating surplus, and now it's gone up to $10 million in 2 months. Where did that come from? Where did that increase come from? And does it kind of mean that, no, go on, just answer that, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, won't be a moment. I'm just finding the actual page that documents the changes on it.
It's in the business paper.
Correct. So Thank you. So there's two key things which have driven the changes in the deficit to the general fund. One of those is just Mr. Douglas very much better tells his ice tray analogy, but I think you might recall he's told you about the ice cube tray. It's like it's filled with water and it fills from the top, and as we move the program out or in, we're tilting the tray back and forth, and whilst things might move from the first row to the second row, that pushes things from the second row to the third row and so on. So whenever we reschedule those projects through the QBR process, if we bring things forward, we're dragging a whole program forward over the next 10 years. And for the things that we push back, we're pushing a whole program back over those 10 years. So that then has knock-on effects and will change the surpluses and deficits in those future years.
Okay, thank you. So does that mean that there is now $4 million savings is needed? Because in the draft, it said that there was $2 million needed when the deficit was 8, but now the deficit is 8. Does that mean that the savings is 4? And I don't know if I sound like an idiot, because I really do feel like an idiot compared to everybody else, because $2 million is a big difference. And it's not been made clear to me. And no, I'm not an idiot. I'm just doing my due diligence.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, we're still seeking $2 million annually in operational savings, so not capital savings out of our operational budget. But you are right. What you see is we're currently projecting a $10 million operational deficit, which means if we found the $2 million a year that we're looking for over 10 years, we would have a $1 million forecast surplus in the general fund over those years. But we always face headwinds, things that we weren't expecting and so on. So we do target at least a $500,000 surplus in every year to make sure that we have some financial capacity to meet those challenges that we come up against. However, it's just easy to round that to the nearest $1 million. $2 million is currently our savings target to make sure that we've got a sufficient surplus in future years, that those minor upsets won't see us in a deficit position again.
Copy that. So I got a couple of questions, but still that to me is basic maths. The increase has gone from 8 to 10. The deficit that the savings needed is still 2. I don't get the maths, but you've explained it. I'll take your word for that. Next question is you answered this with Councillor Coburn's question, but I just wanted some clarification. $10 million borrowings on the general fund is to address the asset backlog. The consolidated ratio shows the benchmark is within that target range on page 26. The revenue policy shows that there is $15 million borrowing in 25-27, which is not a $10 million average, it's 5 more. And then you mentioned to Councillor Coburn a minute ago that it was to top up the cash reserve. Like, is that a short-term top up until the end of financial year, or until you get a top up from other source of revenue? I don't understand how you can make the savings, and I also don't understand how you can make those savings that you just said and then turn around and borrow more money. So if you can explain that, please.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. So first of all, sorry, were you referring to page 26 in the long-term financial plan? Oh, in the business paper itself. Okay, my page 26. Yeah, I just wanted to have a look at the ratios that you were speaking to. But to answer your question regarding the cash flow. So when I say we borrow money and we apply it to capital purposes, so the money that is borrowed is applied to that asset renewal. The amount of money that we need to borrow in any one year will be dictated by how much unrestricted cash we have. So in years where we have more unrestricted cash, we need to borrow less money. Because effectively, if you take all of our restricted cash, all of our developer contributions, our water and sewer funds and so on, and you imagine they're parked in a different account, the account which is paying for those capital works on those roads can't run below 0. So that's what dictates the level of borrowings that are needed in any one year. But you'll see, for instance, we'll have $15 million in one year and then we'll have no borrowings in the next year. So depending on what is in that program, will dictate the level of borrowings. Keeping in mind, these borrowings are just forecast. Traditionally, our track record is we have not borrowed anywhere near the amount that's actually been forecast over a long period of time. Some years we borrow exactly that amount, some years we borrow less, some years we don't borrow anything at all. And that is why we put our borrowings paper to council in May or June, because as we're coming to the tail end of the year and we see what our cash position looks like and how much cash we need for the next year, that dictates how much of those borrowings we actually need to take out, because sometimes the biggest dictator of that is those sorts of headwinds that I talked about. If we had a natural disaster like we had now and we did not have a lot of unrestricted cash, then that would, for instance, drive a need to borrow just so that we don't run out of cash.
And just another question around the statement in the business paper which says damage from the May 25 floods has not been included in current forecasts as reliable cost estimates were not available at the time of reporting. Like, that's major red flag for me. Is how can we approve this as it is when there's no sufficient insight? Like, what is at stake here is what has been said yesterday and today is administration, not being sustainable, not being able to pay for things. My understanding is council is still catching up from the 2019 bushfire season and then 2 major floods. So based on that statement that you said, damage has not been included, what are you anticipating in the impact to be in terms of the budget, the resource strategy, which is the workforce, the operational plan and financial sustainability plan? Surely it's got to be in the millions of dollars. How is that being paid for and delivered?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, and keeping in mind that these reports and documents have been prepared last month and were all finalised at the start of this month for the preparation of this business paper. So the information we're getting is better all the time. But interestingly, I had a conversation with another council that was impacted by a natural disaster a while back, and they're a couple of years down the track and still finding new damage that they hadn't identified at the time. So it takes us some time to go through the process, and the team have been working through inspecting all of our assets. They're undertaking bridge inspections, for instance, to gather all that information and then to make cost estimates for the rectification of those things which aren't done immediately, and then to schedule those works on top of the works already. That takes some time to work through. So definitely we would make the comment that there will be significant information included in that in the first quarterly budget review in November. Once we have identified what all of those works are, once we have costed those works, once we know when we will be looking to undertake those works. We also need to get approval for a lot of those works through the state government. So we need to go through those approval processes as well before we can include those in our forward program. So yeah, it will take us a little bit of time to wrap our head around what that looks like and how that impacts our program. And we anticipate that there will be, like I said, a significant report to council in November that will outline that.
That's a really good answer, because I've changed my question into a different type of question. So this could be really to be seen as a draft budget until November, because you are fully committed, fully funded, all the budget in deficit, borrowing money. Yet there's a massive elephant in the room. There's a big lot of funding going to come in and a big lot of resources. You're already at 100% resources. How can you can't make one, unless you clone yourselves, you cannot make one person into two. So is this not then a draft budget until we really formalise a budget in November?
Mr. Medal.
That's the alarm for me.
Thank you. The legislation doesn't allow us to move forward into next month with a draft budget. So the intent is that this is the best information that we have before us at this time. The legislation therefore provides for different scenarios which can be covered through the quarterly budget review process. So that's what the legislation has put in place. I'm sure those councillors who are around during COVID saw a huge period of uncertainty around council budgets and so on, and we manage that through dealing through the quarterly budget review process. So we've presented what our best information at this time is, and we will put in place a process as we move forward towards November, so you better understand what the financial situation is, so you better understand what the capital program is. You have an opportunity to influence the priorities in that capital program as we move forward, and you learn about the ideas we have for bringing in local businesses to work alongside us to do some of these works, for bringing in contractors, for bringing in potentially a new works team, because we realise that we've got a significant period of work ahead of us, and that our community are not going to look to have that spread over a long period of time. So there's a series of things there, but the legislation supports councils which are in difficult situations impacted from recent natural disasters or other things, and have put in place the quarterly budget review process for councillors to be able to reflect on the latest information as they go through the year. Thank you.
Councillor Pakes.
As discussed in the last night's private forum, it was discussed that what you just described then, CEO, about putting together some wording around what that might look like for councillors going forward to make this resolution pass. And I believe there was a consensus to do that. And I've been furnished with that information. Can that be put on and shown now? Is that something we can put in at this point?
So
Shadow it, or?
you would need to move it as an amendment, and you need to be at a committee to do that. So
No.
are you proposing that you're ready to move a motion and go into approving this with the amendment, knowing that it is 12 o'clock and it does seem like there is a want to progress through the paper? Do you have a seconder to move out of committee, Councillor Saul? Councillor Matchett, is there any dissent? There is 3 dissent. Is there any dissent to coming out of committee of a whole? All right, you have 5. Councillor Pakes, we'll deal with the amendment when we come out of committee. And councillors who have questions or comments on these documents, can you please have them prepared? And we'll now move to the OP, which is document number 5, Councillor Coburn.
I did not get the opportunity to speak to the long-term financial plan.
Well, you may speak to that.
Thank you very much. My comments around the long-term financial plan is, and I think we've alluded to that it has to remain really a fluid document. One thing I've would like some clarification on is I look particularly at the general fund, because the general fund is the one that is going to create the deficits consistently across the long-term financial plan. Are all of the cost centres, when I review the documents and where different items are reflected in the funds that the money's coming from, I want clarification that all of the cost centres are being costed back to the correct departments. Because when I look at that, I can see that in certain instances there will be a cost, let's say, of approximately $120,000 that may be used as administration to input data for other information from other funds. And I just want clarification that the cost centres are speaking to the correct departments.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. So we do have a process of claiming back corporate overheads from the other funds. So, for instance, if you have a look at information technology, it's a function which is completely delivered out of the general fund, but then those costs are apportioned across the water and sewer funds, and perhaps from some of those restricted reserves where a connection can be made to those. So yes, we do recoup corporate overheads from the other funds and from restricted reserves.
Continue, Councillor Coburn.
Thank you. Sorry, excuse me. I guess my comments again around the long-term financial plan are the assumptions. I know we have to look at worst case scenarios, but a lot of them seem very unrealistic to me. One of them was that there'll be zero population growth across the 10 years in the long-term financial plan, yet it was said today that there is a population increase. But in the assumptions, there is an assumption that there will be no population increase. And I think that's not realistic. I also...
Can I just clarify who said there was a population increase?
Was that
Just a
said-
comment on that, Mr. Thorogood.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I think what Councillor Coburn might be alluding to is the fact that we don't forecast a growth in rate assessments in there. Was that what you were referring to when you say that it doesn't forecast population growth? Was our plan certainly forecast population growth? We don't, however, forecast rate growth because it is so negligible in the scheme of things. So when we have an increase in rateable properties, we also have an increase in the expenses that it costs to service those properties. And by the time you net those two things out, the difference is so negligible that the amount of administrative effort it takes to forecast it and balance it out exceeds the value of it. So we don't project forward increases in rateable properties or the increase in expenses caused by those rateable properties.
Continue, Councillor Coburn.
Yeah, I only note that because part of the IPART process around the rate variation was the assumption that there wouldn't be any population increase, but I don't believe that that's realistic.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, what I think is the correct statement is there'll be no material change to our financial position driven by population increase. Certainly will be population increases, but it won't be material to our financial position.
Right. Councillor Wyatt. Okay. So we have the OP, the revenue policy, the rates, maps, and fees and charges. Can we? Yeah, I just for clarity, are you guys making comments on these or questions, or you just want to speak to each item for?
Simple question.
Just a simple question. All right.
Yep.
I'm just cognizant of the fact that we will come out of committee and you do have an opportunity to speak for these documents yet again. But your question, Councillor Bain.
Yes, my question relates to page 41 of the fees and charges document. I note that not-for-profit community organisations can apply for a 50% reduction in processing those. But what's the difference between a small, medium? What's the criteria for a small event, a medium event, or a large event, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, we do have criteria which determine what the difference between small, medium and large events are. A small event is up to 80 attendees, runs across a single day, may be advertised to the public, will have no alcohol or food sold, no mechanical amusement rides or inflatables, a maximum of 2 structures up to 4 by 6 metres each, no disruption to traffic, and may require the use of council services. A medium event is up to 500 attendees and may essentially include all of those things that were not included in a small event, and a large event will have over 500 attendees, starts to look at things like security, large structures, high impacts on the community, multiple days, and high impacts on local traffic.
Councillor Coburn.
You preempted me. Through you, Madam Mayor. I had a couple of specific questions, but one around, this is in the operational plan, around the airport, the capital maintenance and improvement of the Kempsey Airport. Now, I know we had a briefing on this, which was very well received by the councillors, which really helped us make our decision around the airport. One thing that I would just like clarification on, we talked about having a reduction in the size of the actual runway. Is that the plan that we are working towards?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the reduction was in relation to the scale of the works that will be undertaken for resurfacing of the runway, and we are still in the process of doing a smaller reseal. at this point in time. So that is still our plan A, but has not been entirely finalised yet.
Can I ask why?
We're working through a variation to the grant with the grant funding body to see whether that will still be eligible for the money, and to see whether or not they'll approve the change in scope.
Do we have any further questions on the rest of the documents? Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, page 69 of the OP, the Tennis Club 300K. How was that project prioritised over other sporting organisations in the Valley? And is it on Crown land? Is that Crown land's 300K, or is that from the general fund?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the reason that work has been prioritised is because of the threat that it creates to the rest of the assets. We already have a lighting pole there which is at threat of falling over. However, if the retaining wall is to fail totally, then we will also lose the surface of the courts above and perhaps below. So they're essentially emergency asset protection works. They will be funded from the Crown Land Reserve, but in the context to your question, the Crown Land Reserve is inside the general fund. So whilst it is a restricted purpose reserve, they are also funded by the general fund because that reserve is in the general fund. But yeah, so they have been prioritised essentially because they are asset protection works to prevent that problem from becoming far worse and costing a lot more money to resolve in the future.
And just to follow from that, there's no design on that. That's just a budget number, isn't there? There's no other work that's associated to that yet.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that cost estimate has been developed based on the similar works of Costas elsewhere.
Second question, the lighting for Crescent Head grant of 750K, is there an explanation why that was removed?
Mr. Jackson.
Oh yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the grant hadn't. The sporting club hadn't received their funding deed and executed the deed, so it shouldn't have been included in the draft, and essentially, yeah, it won't be included like any other grant. It won't be included until there is a funding deed in place.
So if that funding deed comes in after this OP is approved, how do we deal with that next one? Like if it's after July 1, how do we deal with that in the forward budget?
It will depend on a couple of things. One is if the grant actually is going directly to the sporting club, in which case it's not going to be reflected in our numbers at all. Otherwise, it will be inserted during the quarterly review process.
Lloyd Park Crescent Head, there's a previous draft amount or previous budget amounts were for $1 million and it's back to 200K. Can you just clarify why that's back to 200K?
Yes, that project has been has been set back to ensure constructability and confirm the design variables. So that now also to then miss our peak periods, Christmas, etc. So it's now scheduled to start after Anzac Day next year. So there's only a couple of months of that budget will be able to be spent in this term, and then the year after, the remainder will be spent.
Thank you. Page 67, the 600K for design and refurb of the depot. Given the natural disaster, would that be something that may change, given the focus of council staff on disaster recovery versus building new assets or replacing current assets? Is that one that could be deferred?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is something that could be deferred. Currently, there's a lack of any quality accommodation up there. So the refurbishment covers essentially a new portion of office building. It's not going to replace all office buildings. It will replace several old site sheds that are in use as well. And there's also a number of WHS and safety initiatives throughout the depot, which is obviously quite a logistically challenging environment to work in. So that is the plan for those funds, but certainly they are up for review.
Area 6 for redevelopment, page 67, 750Ks for the cabins and 700K for the retaining wall. Are they only budget amounts at this time? And is it realistic to expect to spend 1.5 $1.45 million in that 12-month period. Is that an achievable line item or not, given the natural disaster that's just occurred?
Yep, through you, Madam Mayor. You are correct. Those amounts are cost estimates based on, once again, previous experience doing similar works in other places. However, yes, they certainly are achievable, and under our current plans, those works would be completed within the next 12 months.
Page 66, East Street replacement. I think this is one for Wes. It's more than $1 million. Is that grant funded? Is there any detail on that one? Page 66 of the, yes, the main replacement.
What was your question?
Is the main replace, is that grant funded and it's in there?
No, that's part of our
1.2K.
That's part of our normal main replacement program.
1.2K.
We usually aim for 2. Yep.
And deliverable. You think that's deliverable? That's my question.
Yes, definitely. We always achieve more than 2 kilometres a year within that program.
Thank you. $5 million for the Central Kempsey Sewer Treatment Plant. Is this specified what it is? Is this part of the contractor deal? As in, we've engaged a contractor and that's part of the design works. What's that $5 million entail?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Basically, that $5 million is the first part of all the route selection for pipeline, and with that, ecological assessments, geotechnical assessments, so all those designs, and very much getting the EIS well on track. So that's where that $5 million is going. So no, sort of early engagement with contractors as such. It's just that early design development.
All right. Happy to keep going. Yeah. Page 65, the sewer pump station's $2 million replacement. I asked you this question yesterday. It's not an option for deferral?
No, and this particular pump station, it will be Fredericton 1. So basically, it's at the point of renewal, but at the same time, we've looked at our future strategy for servicing Fredericton and the transport of the sewage back to Central Kempsey. So that new pump station will be not only sized for now, but also the future for that pumping back to Central Kempsey. So so that's a very valuable heart of the new system.
Thank you. Boyders Lane 100K for environmental works. Given the flooding in that area, is this works a possibility that work will be done by the state, will be covered by the state government funding that we've received, and that would have been majorly impacted that area?
Yeah, certainly given the event, we'll have to do an assessment of the state of the Boyders Lane environment, but certainly our usual plan is to undertake environmental works and rehabilitation in that area. So we'll need to see what's fundable and what's not after the event, but this document was prepared prior to that.
And same page 65, CCTV for stormwater lines in the CBD reline. Given that flooding, I asked if this was an insured item, so the community understands whether or not this is an insured item, given the natural disaster. Yeah, 200K on that line.
Yeah, the underground infrastructure is not necessarily insured. Also, we have to very much argue regarding cleaning out of versus repairs to infrastructure. So the CCTV will just give us a better picture of what the issues are, and we will obviously attempt to make any claims that are supportable. But at the moment, it would be not. Yeah, but it's good asset data. It's part of that stormwater asset.
Yeah, and just on that, Mr. Thorogood gave us an answer yesterday around what we're covered for. The white lines, basically between the white lines or between the asphalt edge. Can you just inform the community on that one?
Yeah, no, through you, Madam Mayor, what I was referring to is what we could do as emergency work. So there are different types of restoration works that can be done, and Mr. Jackson could probably speak to them better. I was referring to what we were allowed to do as part of the emergency work, so that immediate post-event cleanup and recovery.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Mayor, so the emergency works are very much focused on re-establishing the asset for immediate use by the community, and then we can look at the other factors that are impacting that asset, such as the channels either side, the slips, drains, anything else, in order to re-establish the asset properly under the longer recovery or rebuild process.
Thank you very much for those answers. That's comprehensive. The reason I get to this point is I look at the what we've delivered so far in the 3 quarters, and then what we are projected to deliver by the end of the year, and then I look at the increase in the total expenditure for this coming OP, and I see there's a difference. And I think it's absolutely critical that we, as our new CEO suggested, that we increase our ability to be able to deliver. That's why these amendments are important, and I hope that they're supported. But yeah, that's my questions on the
You can
OP.
speak to the amendment when we get out of committee, Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, my question was just around the rates map. So how are rate category differences explained to people where
content in multiple languages? So for people generally who are faced with those sorts of concerns, they'll generally contact our customer service staff, sometimes through translation services and the likes, and we assist them on a case-by-case basis.
Councillor Coburn.
Yes, I want to speak to the Macleay Valley Coast Holiday Park improvements. I know I have spoken around this previously. I requested a briefing. That briefing was given to us in a very rushed way at the end of another briefing. I didn't feel that there was any opportunity to have a robust discussion around that. My viewpoint with the Crown Land Reserve, and this is where my motivation comes from around not continuously adding the cabins in, is that part of the general fund is paying for maintenance on Crown land. It's profit that is coming into that Crown Land Reserve, and I believe we should be exhausting that, spending it on Crown land maintenance and management. And it's just a different viewpoint. The viewpoint from council is about we can increase potential income from the cabins because you get more per night in the way of income. But I would like to see an exploration. We have never been given the value of what is actually being spent out of the general fund. The general fund, again, is the fund that creates the ongoing deficit for us. And I believe if some of these items were costed back to that correct cost centre, we could improve that bottom line of the general fund. So that's why I don't agree with the progression of this. I don't believe that we have had a rigorous enough discussion around the potential of the Crown Land Reserve.
Yep.
Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I just have a couple of comments to make on what Councillor Coburn has had to say there. We did plan actually an on-site briefing following the previous one, which got cancelled, unfortunately, due to the flood event. We will look to reschedule that and hold that briefing in the future so we can still progress that. We also have a briefing already scheduled in August around Crown land management and project management prioritisation of Crown land projects. So I think some of that information that you're looking for there will be forthcoming in that August briefing.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or comments on these documents? And if we don't, do we have a motion to move out of committee? Councillor Bain, seconded. Councillor Lawrence, is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. We're now out of committee. Councillor Pakes, do you have an amendment?
Can I foreshadow amendment? Is that available?
You can propose your amendment to Councillor Saul.
Madam Mayor, if to save time, I'd be happy to adopt proposed wording here for the original motion.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the amendment?
I think, Madam Mayor, we've had a thorough discussion on items, and I think we need to progress this before much longer.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers against the amendment? Councillor White, you may speak against the amendment.
I'd say 8,000 people wrote a petition in 2023. Oh, sorry. Yep. I am extremely, I am dissenting against this. I am really disappointed at the disregard for my contribution. 14 pages of the OP, 51 questions on the long-term financial plan, 59 on the work plan, a few each on the revenue and rates, an Excel spreadsheet. And I reckon that there's less than 2% of my comments included in the final versions of the plan. I'm not saying that I know all the answers, but I would have expected a little bit more than 2%. And I sure would have expected some conversations, a phone call at least. I feel quite undervalued in that. If there's an assumption being made that I would tick and flick approval without genuine engagement, let alone inclusion of my comments and give automatic approval. I mean, I hear your frustration, May, and I'm a frustrator too. I did not do all that work for my own amusement, and to feel that it has been dismissed with little consideration. And the presumption that I would unquestionably go along and provide a rubber stamp to me is dismissive, and I feel quite insulting, actually. I genuinely empathise with the challenges of the past few weeks and months and dealing with the impact of the flooding, navigating key recruitment processes for a new CEO and a governance director, and inducting a new council. And I recognise the significant roles of staff in the acting ELT roles, and also and thanking them if you do that. And I certainly appreciate the work of the senior management team, whose contributions we don't often see here, but are no doubt a vital part of that brains trust. But, you know, that said, exceptional circumstances call for exceptional leadership and innovation. These documents before us, as was mentioned the other day, they aren't routine. They form the foundation of council's entire direction. Councillors are not here simply to be informed or consulted in that IAP, I don't know what that stands for, that community consultation participation spectrum. We occupy the role of empower. That's what this room is. This is empower. We are the decision makers. That responsibility, we've all talked about responsibility and it taken seriously, and we all have a different perspective of that. But that responsibility needs to be taken seriously, and it requires that I am engaged meaningfully and not just as a mere tick box. My expectation of my role as a councillor and my commitment to that role is to make serious, well-informed decisions. That's what the community and the legislation require of me, especially the 200 people at the SRV meeting and the 8,000 people that signed the petition. I actually have a recommendation about the consultation process. How about we all start keeping a tally on our phones of the people we speak to? Then we might have more than 5 people responding. I've heard various comments around all the people that come to me, or, you know, let's start taking a tally, so then we will have a better informed opinion on how many people are speaking to us. You've clearly said some, you've said some, I've said some, so how many people are speaking to us? Anyway, I digress. And I won't approve anything unless I feel empowered, enabled, collaborated with, and generally listened to. I don't feel listened to. I don't feel empowered, nor enabled, nor collaborated with. In fact, I feel treated as a subordinate and minimalised. And without that, I'm not in a position with good conscience or my value system to make a well-balanced, well-informed decision. And I certainly won't tolerate being pressured into or made to feel guilty because I did not vote for a rate rise, and I won't vote for these. And based on that, I'm just withholding my approval on my value system.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Do we have any speakers for?
Madam,
You can speak for it. Yeah, you certainly can.
Madam Mayor, I was under the impression I was actually incorporating this as the motion.
You can, but he is at liberty to speak for it as well, and you will close debate, Councillor Saul.
I hear Councillor Wyatt's position, but there's a few things that my get it done brain says there's just not enough time between now and July 1 to allow our new CEO to do the work to change the direction. However, those points 2, 3, and 4 are a definite commitment to change direction. In my It's the most commitment we've had out of any council meeting as a motion to change direction to date. So it's a compromise position. I agree with lots of what you've said, Councillor White, but I also understand the operation needs to continue. To me, the issue is about capacity to deliver. And that is where the shortfall is. It's all right to have the budgeted amount of $130 million spending, but if you can only deliver $80 million, the actuals will be the teller. And that's to me where the issue is, that we need to be able to deliver what we're saying we're going to deliver, not project it and not deliver it. To me, that's where the issue is. And that's in building capacity. And a review, a quarterly, at the first quarter review is the point where we are going to see where and what was delivered via what was projected and what actually happened. So it will give us an opportunity to say, oh, we've got a 25 to $30 million shortfall in delivery. Why is that? What aren't we doing to be able to do that? And it would be pragmatic of us to then make a direction to go towards being able to deliver. Yes, not all of it. I still believe in us bringing our expectations down to the community sentiment that I hear over and over, and I do think it is a majority of our community that feel that way. And the other thing it shows respect to our new chief executive. Now, we need to allow him to have the time to do his job, and I have a lot of confidence in him and his resolve to change direction. And yeah, I was lucky enough to be as part of his on his selection committee, so I have seen him for more than just this meeting, and so I can definitely. I definitely like to give him the respect to give him the opportunity to make changes where required, and I think he'll do that. So, yeah, I think this is a compromise position, and we are here to lead the community forward, and I think we have to bring community together, and I think this is a position that brings people together. So it's an example of that.
Thank you, Councillor Pakes. Do we have any speakers against? Councillor Saul, would you like to close debate?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, this has been quite a detailed discussion this afternoon. We've done, in some minds, very operational activities, but we've been heard, and I think that may appease some in the room. Madam Mayor, I move the motion, and I think this may be a compromise, but if we don't go forward, we go backwards. We need to have something in place. So let's hope that this is a good start. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is one dissent. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.3, which is May 2025 flood event. And Councillor Lawrence is moving that one. Councillor Selby seconding. Councillor Lawrence, would you like to open debate?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Daniel and the team, for this item. Firstly, as a proud Dunghutti woman and local councillor, I would like to acknowledge the deep impact the May 2025 flood has had across our community. For many of our residents, my own community included, this wasn't just about floodwater. It meant loss of homes, of businesses, of belongings tied to generations of memories. For some, it meant loss of safety and transport. And that trauma doesn't just wash away when water recedes. This was one of the most damaging events our Shire has faced in recent memory. It has left many of our families, including elders and carers, facing real hardship, and we know what journey of recovery is still going for them. I want to acknowledge and thank our local thank our council staff, fellow councillors, local SES teams, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority, and all the partnered agencies who have worked tirelessly in the response and recovery efforts. I had the pleasure of working with RA and other stakeholders in supporting initiatives that had not been done before. I also want to thank our volunteers, neighbours and our local mobs who stepped up to accommodate people, clear properties and wrap support around those who needed it most. This report might read like an administrative update, but it represents so much more. The one-off extension on overdue rates, the waiver on extension water bills, the free flood damage waste removal. These are practical and compassionate actions that make a real difference when families are doing it tough. Importantly, our hardship relief process reminds people that they don't need to carry this burden alone. They can apply for support with dignity, and that's powerful, whether their homes are still damaged or they're staying with family or just trying to rebuild financially. This gives them a bit of breathing space, and that's something we all deserve after such a devastating event. Let's also remember that this is just one part of the recovery. We still need to keep pushing for longer term investment in resilient infrastructure, mitigation projects, and community preparedness, so that we're not just reacting, but planning ahead in a way that keeps our people safer. By supporting this item, we're not just doing the paperwork, we're sending a strong message that Council listens, that we stand alongside our community, especially our most vulnerable, and that we care enough to act with compassion and responsibility. I urge the community to contact Council if you are in need of this support, and any further support that you might need, please reach out. Thank you.
Hear, hear, Councillor Lawrence.
Here, here.
Do we have any further debate on this item or questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Councillor Banks.
I raised this last night in the private closed session around how affected people are and their time and effort it takes to apply to council for what is not it's a very modest assistance. Can we do that geographically? Is that a potential, and would it be useful to put a point that council will investigate the option of doing this geographically on the flood mapping?
Yeah. Mr. Thorogood.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We will investigate the possibility of doing that, whether it's part of the resolution or not. If you'd like to note it in the resolution, then that is fine, but I will have the team investigate the feasibility of being able to apply these geographically.
Could I ask Councillor Lawrence if she would accept an amendment to include that council investigates doing it geographically to alleviate the pressure of, yeah.
Yeah, I'll accept it in the motion. Yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. And I believe you've kind of just spoken to that amendment, so that's fine. I just want to ask a question that we are noting. So I just want to understand council's position in compassion towards our ratepayers.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. I think, as you noted previously, Kempsey Shire Council has had the unfortunate circumstances of having 26 natural disaster declarations since 2009. And that being the case, these particular measures actually form part of our business as usual policy positions. So whilst I note that some councillors have raised that they've seen in the media that other councils have put up motions and so on to put some of these measures in place. The reason they are just noted here is because these measures are already included in our hardship policies, already included in our water and sewer policies for us to be able to make these available to our ratepayers when we have a natural disaster.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, as I said last night, I don't know whether put it in as an amendment or not, but with the residential area that's been flooded plus the farms, why can't we just defer rates for them until the end of the year?
Mr. Thorogood.
Through you, Madam Mayor, currently it's assessed on a essentially case-by-case basis, depending on the ratepayer's personal circumstances. If councillors would like information on what that would look like if it was for a longer period of time, then I'd be happy to have the staff provide that information by all means.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Is there any further debate on this item? Do you want to close debate then, Councillor Lawrence? Awesome. I'll put the motion just as we've finalised the wording so you know what you're actually approving. That's final. Is there any dissent? None. I declare it carried. We now move to item 10.4, which is the DA2100258 Rev03.
Just quickly, in case this one goes long, do we need to approve to go past 1 o'clock?
Yes, we do.
Motion that we go past 1 o'clock. Yep.
Any dissent? Sorry, Matt Schitt moved, Count Selby seconded. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried. Do we have a mover for item 10.4? Councillor Saul seconded. Councillor Matt Schitt. Councillor Saul, would you like to open debate?
Madam Mayor, I'll be very quick considering time. Madam Mayor, I believe there's only extra 8 lots to be added to this proposal. How many times in the media we've heard the need for housing? Well, let's try and get this moving along so there can be more housing, option for housing. Let the market decide. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have questions on this item?
I submitted many questions. Do you want me to ask them and answer them, or do you want to take them off? How would you like to proceed?
For these questions, if they're going to help you decide on whether you vote yes or no, then they're pretty pertinent for you to have them answered. So if maybe you've got some pretty critical questions in there, you could lead off with those.
I think a good yes. One question is every time a developer requests an amendment to the consent, are fees charged, and is it full cost recovery?
Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, fees are charged, and it's in accordance with our fees and charges. So in some respects, full recovery, but in other respects, not.
Thanks. And the park lot that was created in the volunteer planning agreement, does that compel council to accept that as a new asset and the maintenance and the liability of that asset?
Yep. So it depends on the application and the asset proposed to be dedicated, and this is part of that assessment under the EP&A Act to actually determine how that works, and it can vary depending on each individual agreement.
So there's essentially halving 5 of the blocks. So now the size kind of ranges from about 330-ish to 480-ish, and it's coming to council to determine because it doesn't comply with the minimum lot sizes in their LEP. Yes, correct?
Almost. The smallest lot is 366.5 square metres, but yes, it is coming because it doesn't comply with minimum lot sizes.
There was an amendment in March of 2023, which says it was to ensure compliance with the minimum lot sizes. Like, is that correct? Like, if the amendment was done in 2023 to comply with the minimum lot sizes, is that correct?
There are a number of items dealt with in the amendment. So as noted there in your snip, you've got minor realignments of roads, changes to intersections, reductions of various items, changes, and some minor reconfiguration of lots. So essentially working with the developer to improve the overall planning outcomes. And yes, they did manage to maintain minimum lot size during that process.
Microphone, sorry.
Yeah. It says that, yeah, initially the subdivision did have an additional 18 lots, bringing it to about 127, and 18 of those were below 650, and so that was amended. That's what I read there.
The original modification application was for 127 lots, of which 18 were below the minimum lot size. So a modification was for that.
And then on page 42, it says that those amendment reduces lot sizes and better aligns with planning objectives.
Yes, and specifically removing battle axe blocks. There are a number of battle axe blocks in the scenario, which are not always a great outcome.
So was that all done in collaboration with council, or so the council approached the developer, or vice versa?
Technically, it's up to the developer to bring amendments. However, we do try to work collaboratively with developers where possible to improve outcomes.
So, I have issues with the planning laws, but on page 35, it says that smaller lots can be created through dual occupancy. And then page 45, it says that it meets the objectives of the clause 4.1 for minimum sizes in the LEP, that doesn't, I mean, why have an LEP that says these are the minimum lot sizes if you turn around and say, well, actually it does meet those objectives, which is an objective not to have minimum lot sizes? Like, why does council recommend non-compliance, or why does council bring us things from the LEP that continually recommend non-compliance with its own statutory instruments to regulate development control? I mean, why is development control in an LEP requiring 650 metres if you don't want to, if it's not being stuck to it? It just makes, I don't understand why the need for LEPs if that's the case. It's just it's quasi planning.
The LEP actually includes a mechanism to allow for modifications and non-compliances, and those are the ones that are brought to council. We do approve or assess many hundreds of DAs, and very few come to council with these matters. So, yeah, it's not the norm, but the LEP itself, the state legislation and model LEPs include mechanisms to allow for non-compliances, and that's what's being brought to you today.
And then the committee, I went to the Crescent Head meeting the other night where they did vote to reject, they voted to make the representation to council, which they did yesterday, and they've got a couple of questions. One was, has the developer been charged for the use of the Crown land that they use on the entrance and exit to Baker Drive?
I guess that's a commercial matter, so that's not something I can comment on. The developer has secured the access to that reserve.
In what type of tenure?
Again, that's a commercial.
Crown land conversion.
In perpetuity, they would have that, and we've got a development there that has access to that road. So the road is now secured.
So it's not Crown land. It won't be Crown land anymore.
So I need to confirm, but
Okay.
we believe it may be council-owned land
Okay.
through that.
And then I understand that the access road is done and dusted. We can't do anything to that. However, if the intention of those lots is to, it is to have more houses there, and then we don't, and from experience at Southwest Rocks, I can't think of the name of the streets, but the thought was that they were all going to be single houses on each block, and then when the people came along, they put two houses, so you got multiple occupancy. So you could assume that out of some of those 117, there will be multiple occupancies. You know, assuming that there's 2 cars per household, maybe they've got a teenager as well, so there's three houses, and then you've got dual occupancies. Just having an extra 10 lots could really create an extra 312 traffic movements. And as was pointed out yesterday, they drive through 2 school zones, one of which is a preschool. They do drive through a preschool, sports zone, sports field, and swimming pool access. It's a quasi-commercial zone on Pacific Drive with CC and the Med, and there's no pedestrian crossings, and it's seriously congested. There is an emergency access road on that diagram. I'm not sure. It's in figure 8 of the modification, I think, and it has an emergency access. Clearly, it's not for floods because the Cordray would be flooded, Rudders will be flooded. That's going to be flooded as well. What's the access for, and how is that going to be regulated for at least 117 houses, 2 people in each? I can't do the math on that, but how is that going to be regulated?
Access to the emergency access is going to be regulated with a lock on a gate.
So you're going to doubt 234 keys?
No. And in terms of the, adding 10 dwellings is not going to add 312 vehicles.
That's made the whole lot, sorry.
Yeah, so the development has been assessed, traffic impacts have been assessed, traffic impacts have been approved as part of the original consents. So these minor modifications are not going to materially impact the matters already approved. So I guess your questions are not relevant, specific to this modification, but yeah, it has been assessed. That is the method that this development is reaching its main feeder roads, and that's all been approved previously.
Is there any way to unapprove that?
Not any effective method, no.
Is there any appetite to unapprove that and reconsider that emergency access going across next to the fields?
If council was of a mind to purchase the development off the developer, redevelop it themselves, change everything, that might be a factor. But no, that's not really an avenue available to you at this late stage.
Yeah, that's probably a rhetorical question, but that's just an accident waiting to happen. I feel that's an accident waiting to happen. But thanks, that's my questions done.
I will go Councillor Pakes and then Councillor Bain.
Yeah, just on that access road, who will own that access road? Because it seems to be on the border of the council-owned property. Is that council road, and that will become a maintenance asset for council to depreciate, maintain, and etc. And how will that be funded going forward?
It is a council dedicated access already. So yeah, and we will be maintaining that. Obviously, as the roads within the estate will transfer to council, so it will join the rest. As an access road, it doesn't need to be maintained to the sort of highway standards, but it will be maintained to a navigable standard.
So what's this current standard of it? Is it operational now? You said the road already exists. It's a formed road now which doesn't need any work, or is there work to occur on that as part of this whole DA process?
I can't comment on the exact status of the road at the moment. It'll be
I don't even know it exists.
finished to the levels required under the approval that they've got granted. The construction's still underway on this development.
Councillor Bain.
First question is in terms of other planning proposals that we've had in front of us, if we were to refuse this, then we would have to have evidence of the planning of why it doesn't comply with planning law. Is that correct?
Yes, a refusal would need to be based on valid planning grounds, which would then potentially be subject to appeal by the applicant.
Yeah, and the staff are recommending that we approve this. Later flood, the projections of flood mapping around climate variation again. That there is significant flooding looking at like that area can be well and truly isolated. I also share the concerns about traffic congestion, and I understand that traffic studies have been done. However, studies on the movement of traffic on Point Plummer Road are not during holiday season, I believe, are not possibly not reflective of what the congestion will be like during non-holiday periods, although it's almost like Crescent Head's always a holiday period. And I'd ask for clarification, please, on the public exhibition period that Mr. Andrews brought up yesterday. So it was advertised during that period of Christmas break where we don't advertise stuff. So there was a 14 days when it was within a valid period. Is 14 days sufficient for a modification of this size?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. So the advertising period did start on the 20th of December and run right through, so essentially additional days. However, the period between the 20th of December and the 10th of January are not included in the official dates period calculation. The 14 days remaining is in line with the requirement. The 18 days that Mr. Andrews referenced was for a major development application. As this is a modification to a previous approval, it's not considered a major, it doesn't meet the definition of a major development.
If I was to suggest an amendment to put it back out on public exhibition, would that be deemed a deemed refusal and could end us up in the Land and Environment Court?
Obviously, that's at the discretion of the developer. Certainly the current, we now talk in terms of the minister's expectations as opposed to the old 40 days. So currently minister's expectations is 107 days for an approval. This is well beyond that already. So if the developer was of a mind, they could certainly take any further delay to be a deemed refusal. That is up to them. Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Councillor Selby.
Yeah, just a question here. We had the problem out at Southwest Rocks with this, especially with the dual occupancies. The road wasn't wide enough. Now, these roads that are going in here, are they going to be minimum width or are they going to be maximum width?
Mr. Jackson.
I think in a similar sort of form to the previous discussion at Southwest Rocks, these are the roads that are going to be to the width appropriate to this development. Obviously, there are views, and a lot of people would like the roads to be wider. However, the development standards, the industry standards, the national and state standards for the width of roads in various scenarios, these roads will meet that. Will there be a perception that they are too narrow in comparison to other more established areas? I'm sure there will be. However, they do meet all relevant standards, so we really don't have the ability to change that. The other point to raise, of course, is that these roads are already approved under the previous DA, so we can't change the width of those roads at this point in time.
Councillor Pakes.
My question is that dual occupancies would be available on other sites on this location, given approved DAs, regardless of this being approved. So this doesn't make any difference to the number of dual occupancies that could potentially be on here. Given the block sizes, they're big enough to put dual locks on. This just allows separate title and then not stratering, which is what you'd have to do. Is that a fair indication?
My understanding is actually that because of the 650 lot sizes, they can actually there is a mechanism to actually do dual locks without stratering, so they can actually be full separate title dual locks on all of the 650, all of the larger lots. So that doesn't preclude dual occupancy.
So to be clear on that, approving this doesn't actually mean there'll be less dual locks, because it's potential that you could have more dual locks with or without this ownership. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. We've had to assume in all our planning assumptions, etc., that there's going to be a proportion of dual occupancy because it is permitted. It is permissible under the state policies, and yeah, as we've established previously, there's ways it can be done, and we have to assume somebody's going to do it. Yep.
And this is only the modification. This is probably a question slightly outside it. Is this the extent of this development, or is there other stages possible at the end of the roundabout? Is it the end of it or not?
My understanding is that this is the extent of the development. The developable land doesn't extend beyond this.
Thank you. Is there any debate on this development application? Would you like to close debate, Councillor Saul? Oh, Councillor Bain.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against it, because there are just too many of these issues. Although I understand that we are legally obliged to approve it, but I just want to again express that frustration, and I don't believe I have the courage of my values that Councillor Wyatt expresses. So I will probably be voting for this, even though my values would say I'm against it. Sorry, thanks.
Thank you for that. Do I have? I don't know. Is it courage? I don't know. Yeah. So I do speak against it because yes, I just stick to that point. Like an LAP, don't have an LAP if you're going to change it. And the community have represented to me, and I can give you the names and numbers. They said they did not want me to approve it from Crescent Head, so I will be dissenting.
Councillor Saul, would you like to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, we've had a debate on this. I think the ratepayers will be very upset if we have to go to court and defend something on a situation when our hands are very much tied behind our back. So in that regard, I don't think we have much choice but to approve the decision and move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is 2 dissenting. I declare it carried. We now move to item 11.1, which is notice of motion, Spooners Avenue. Councillor Wyatt, would you like to move it? Do you have a seconder? Councillor Pakes. Councillor Wyatt, you may open debate.
All I'm after here is seeking clarification and following up on previous council business and responding to community advocacy to seal that bitumen bitumen seal Spooners Avenue. I'm going to assume that you have all diligently read the paper. I'm not going to reread it to you, but it outlines the background. Just within my experience of the issue, the residents have told me that it goes back to the 1980s. Essentially, Councillor Patterson brought a notice of motion to us in, I can't remember the date, and wanted to make Spooners Avenue the #1 priority, came back to us in March 2024 with council did some extra work and agreed that it should be the #1 priority. It was put into the DP and OP, and it said something along the lines of, grant funding would be sought in a quarterly review. It said that was complete. What was complete? Was it complete that the grant was applied for and you didn't get it, or the grant was applied, or you didn't apply for the grant and you did get it? If you didn't apply for the grant, why has it been dropped off? So that's what I'm after and then it sort of alludes to the rest of it. I went through the CapEx plan and saw all of those roads for sealing or upgrading. Like, why isn't the Spooners Avenue one on there? And that's what I'm asking for, is inform the community when Spooners Avenue can expect to have a bitumen seal, and then we receive a report on what is the plan for the roads to be sealed. Can we have a map of those? What is the status of the planning? I shouldn't have to go back through meetings and all the notes that I have over 4 years to figure out what on earth the plan is. Surely I can see a plan of what is to be sealed. And then I have a couple of questions, please. So I'm basically responding to community advocacy. That's what they asked for. If you're on Facebook, you would have seen it. May I ask a couple of questions?
Just before you do, Mr. Jackson.
I guess to respond to those questions, the motions, the resolutions that were taken by council said to pursue grant funding, seeking at least a minimum of 75% of the cost, based on those prioritised lists. Those applications were made and were unsuccessful. The highlights that you've got from the delivery program showing sealing, either the Armadale Road seal is fully grant funded, so that meets the criteria, and all of the other ones are actually undertaking works to maintain existing sealed roads. There are no roads other than grant funded roads which are being sealed as new seal, and that's completely consistent with the resolutions that were taken. So the position hasn't changed. Applications were made. Applications were unsuccessful. Those remain our priorities. We haven't devoted time, in terms of your earliest questions there, to get them completely shovel ready with delivery for design specifications of procurements, etc. However, given the expense that would entail, however, we continue to seek funding as appropriate. In terms of informing the community when it can be expected to be sealed, it can be expected to sealed either when council changes its position and allocates the money to sealing the road, or the current position of we are able to secure at least 75% grant funding and council accept that and nominate whatever matching funds are required, and then it can be sealed. Until such time, there could be no guarantee given to the community, because it is subject to grant funding as per the position of council and councillors adopted in that resolution.
Councillor White?
Yeah, so there is a priority list there of all of those roads, but they're actually not a priority because there's a different set of priorities around grants. So you don't have a list in priority or what is going to be grant funded or what's not. It's very confusing, because the understanding of that was it was a priority for sealing subject to grant funding. And that's another part of there does seem to be a decent amount of grant funding from time to time. Like in the federal program, you've got roads to recovery grants, federal assistance, black spot program. Statewide, you've got road safety, regional road funds. I mean, that's an issue. And also in the operation plan, then if it's still a priority and you still haven't got the grant, it still should appear in that operation plan. It's not completed. The first part of it is completed in that you applied and weren't successful, but it doesn't mean that it's completed. It still should be in there until the money is obtained, shouldn't it?
It's a very speechy question, but Mr. Jackson?
So the priorities of the roads to be sealed remain. They are the adopted priorities of roads as they were from 2019. They were amended in 2024, and that still remains our priority. As grant funding opportunities arise, we will continue to lodge grant applications when appropriate funding sources are available. So I guess in terms of other priorities, we're not aware of another priority list for the sealing of roads. We're certainly not working to another priority list of sealing of roads. So I'd be very interested to hear where you believe there's another sealing priority list, because this is the one we've got. This is the one council have done. We've reviewed it, we've adapted it, and we've made applications. Council has received money for sealing of roads, as you've mentioned. There's PD Gap, some seal up there, and there's Marai River Road. However, council these applications are being made for the priority list of sealing here, and it's unrelated, and certainly not prioritised by council and by staff to go for other grant funding if these roads were eligible for that funding, which they weren't.
I'd like to note also that myself, our state MP Michael Kemp, and Dougald Saunders MP, who's I can't remember what he's. We all went to Spooners Avenue to talk to Daniil around this issue and to try and do some advocacy there to try and, I guess, form another avenue of finding funding for this road. But the thing that also became apparent to me was it's not as simple as just sealing the road in terms of making it a true flood-free emergency services access road. There are areas of the road that actually aren't suitable for they're both not flood free, but they're also not suitable for large trucks, etc. to cross. So thank you. Joint speech. So it actually, it wouldn't just be however many kilometres of sealing, it would be quite a larger project to make it a flood free route. Councillor Pakes.
Yeah, to speak to the detail of what you're talking about, it crosses the North Coast Railway at the northern end of that road. It's only about a kilometre in from the Columbati Road end, and that that bridge is actually a timber bridge. It's got a load rating, I think, of 10.4, maybe 10.4 or 12 tonne. So yeah, cattle trucks probably shouldn't be going over if they've got two axles. So there is a limitation there, but that may be also a potential for state government money to upgrade that bridge, because our timber bridges are. Do we own that bridge, or is that's the railway bridges, isn't it? So it's not our money to upgrade, but that's an avenue that has that been. That's my question. I knew that existed. Do we own it firstly, and how do we get that upgraded to increase the GVM load capacity of that area, because it's a limitation to that time?
I believe we don't own it. It's the railway in the rail corridor. And yeah, it's certainly a point of advocacy to continue, to link the whole Spooners Avenue question. Other roads on this list don't have some of those issues, but certainly all of them have design work associated to make them suitable for the sort of vehicles that may use them.
So to put the cart before the horse, the bridge would have to be done first. And that would be advocacy to who? The state government through our local state member? Is that who we would go to, or would we be directly to Transport for New South Wales?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we'd be using all avenues. We'd be going to Transport as well as through the state member and any others we can get to, relevant ministers.
In my conversations with Michael Kemp, he is an advocate for this as a flood-free route, whatever. Councillor Saul.
Just a question, Madam Mayor. Bearing in mind what you've said as Mayor and our Director, does that negate the motion?
It's up to councillors whether we want to pass this or not, as if we think it's needed and necessary. Councillor Pakes.
I would ask Councillor White if she'd accept an amendment acknowledging the load rating of the timber bridge on the route, and also that the advocacy required by our council, one, that it's not an asset of our council, and it needs upgrading before the road can be sealed to a better standard, and make it a flood-free route. That's a critical intersection of the whole use of the route. Yes, I understand that there is areas that flood, but there is also that area that can't carry anything over about 12 tonne, I think it is. So, yeah, and it's narrow. It is very narrow. I've been over it with the equipment, and it's about 2.5 wide or 2.6 wide. It's quite narrow. So it's not a 2-lane bridge. It's only a single-lane bridge, and it's timber over the North Coast Railway. So my amendment is that council acknowledges that the load rating of the timber bridge on the route is not a council asset and requires upgrade for this to occur, and begins advocacy in that regard.
Can I say I already have an amendment? I have that as an amendment because I wrote this prior to seeing that Facebook post, and I was standing in Woolworths, I think, and it just came up in conversation, and I thought, oh yeah, that's right. What happened to that? So I wrote it, and then that night I saw the Facebook thing, had a conversation, and found out, yes, Christmas Creek Bridge needs to be raised if it's a flood-free route, and the railway bridge needs to have its increased tear weight on it. Completely understand that.
Would it?
So I do have an amendment.
I was going to say, just thinking about this in terms of the broader context of it needs to have an advocacy position attached to it. Would it be better if it was not that we received a report, but just that we advocated in accordance with the relevant information and informs?
Yeah.
Because I feel that we won't know out of a report when we could expect the bitumen road to be sealed. It would need, I feel like the thing that to make the catalyst for this would be that we need to advocate for it, because we've applied for grants in different contexts and we've done work there, but I feel what is needed is a new angle in terms of action. But I don't know what your feelings on that are.
I'll send you so it doesn't have a subject, just yeah. Yes, I agree with what you just said. Let me get the amendment up. Yeah. So I don't know if we can do this now because the IP stuff has been implemented. I was going to say add to the 2620C OP to undertake financial procurement work and partnership advocacy required to secure funding to bitumen seal Spooners Avenue that includes raising Christmas Creek Bridge and upgrading the railway bridge to increase its tear weight. So that is an advocacy piece, and to keep applying for those grants. And that other bit up there, the first one, is more about big picture. Maybe you can take that on notice. I would like to see more information about what roads. I mean, you mentioned a little while ago that the Armidale Road was a priority. I don't have another list. What list would I have? But I have not seen anything where the Armidale Road became a priority, and that's why I'm seeking that information, because I don't know. Probably the bottom one. Oh, or adding it. I don't, just have a look what it looks like. You can have a look.
Got a question?
Probably not. Probably.
I would have said that the advocacy would have been centred around working with Michael Kemp MP to meet with Janelle Saffin, the Minister for Disaster Recovery, and Minister Jenny Aitchison, the Minister for Transport, to advocate for further funding.
Oh, who did you say owns the bridge? Transport New South Wales. Yeah. Well, they need to cough up the money.
I have a question.
I
have a question, Kenny.
Councillor Pakes.
What's mentioned around identifying sealed roads? Now, this is a historical question, probably to the most experienced ELT person, being Daniel. The question is, previous councils, it might even be a Dean question, if previous councils have had a target to, a bit like what the sewer and water guys do, to seal X amount of road at a period of time. Now, I've seen it done on Willy Willy Road. I've seen parts of improvements on
Columbati Road,
Spooners Avenue. There's been, like, over the years, if you've been around for a little while, you'd recognise this. That's not a current position of council now. Is that correct? And is this where this list comes from?
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, Council abandoned the practice of sealing additional unsealed roads a kilometre at a time quite a number of years ago, and that ties into our current strategy of not creating new assets that create additional depreciation. So the sealed roads actually cost us significantly more to construct, maintain and operate than the unsealed roads. So from a prudent asset management position, until the only road in the Shire which made sense to seal based on vehicle movements was Point Plummer Road. None of the others are cheaper for us to maintain as a unsealed road than as a sealed road. So based on that position, council stopped sealing unsealed roads routinely because we were increasing our depreciation and increasing our maintenance costs at a time when we had a financially unsustainable position. That's why that practice changed. As you would note, this particular list came about due to a notice of motion originally brought by Councillor Patterson in 2019. And it was about a particular set of roads which were sort of on the cusp and had a lot of demand from local residents to seal them for more social and amenity reasons than financial reasons. And hence this list was put together, and that is why it doesn't make sense unless we can get that proportion of grant funding. So the 75% of grant funding is the proportion where we're not financially worse off for doing that over say the next 20 years. Hence why there's that line in the sand, or was at that time.
And following along that line of thinking, would that make Spooners Avenue a hard case to prove, given if we needed it in a 1 in 20 year flood event and it would only have the movements to prove that once every 20 years? Or am I talking a bit out of school there?
I think just speaking on that is the potential for development with roads. Improved roads brings improved development, reduced block size, and more housing. That's basically where roads are built, houses are built. Fresh roads equals fresh houses. If you have a dirt road out the front of your house, the chances of more development occurring is limited. But if you have improved roads, that's where the development occurs. So it may be as an asset depreciation less, but for a development opportunity, I'm not sure where that's tagged for development, that area.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, we have a number of rural release areas, and it was one of the reasons why Spooners Avenue rated marginally higher than Pipers Creek Road last time we had a look at this. But what I would say is also from a financial sustainability position, that nature of rural residential development is not desirable. It increases our cost base. They cost us far more to service than what they bring in. And hence why you might have seen a shift to more brownfields development within, say, the town boundaries. So in Kempsey, if you look at North Street and Kemp Street, you'll see those developments are far more desirable from an infrastructure perspective. The nature of rural residential developments means that we're extending infrastructure but at a lower density, and it increases our cost base rapidly. Thank you.
Councillor Lawrence.
Yeah, I just had a question. So has Spooners Avenue been included in has there been a recent roads audit, like condition audit or anything?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, all our road network was audited late last year. I think it's about October, November. They had the vehicles go around and capture comprehensive records on all of our sealed and unsealed network. So yes, it's also being assessed post-flood with additional assessments now.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, because all of that information you'd be able to take to that advocacy in terms of when you partner with the other ministers and the MP and stuff around advocating for funding and stuff. So that's good that that's been done. And obviously just wanted to point out that there is school buses. I'd imagine that would go through there, and they weigh a lot as well. So and the conditions of the road obviously being dangerous in that retrospect of the flooding, and that road, being the only way from, obviously west area to the opposite end. But yeah, thank you.
Mr. Medal.
Thank you. Yes, just some advice to council around point 3. At the moment, it's not making sense for your officers in terms of financial procurement work. So I'm really clear around the advocacy, but we don't have a design for this project to this stage. So we would need to invest funds in designing a project before we would then go out and find out what it would cost to build if we were outsourcing that work. It would also then, by virtue of this, leapfrog into the operational plan for next year that you've already committed to review and already feel is overstretched. So happy to look at the design work, do the advocacy, and then bring back to our workshops when we're going to look at the financial position, the capital program, and for elected members to start the prioritisation for the remainder of the year, if that helps.
Yeah, are you happy to remove procurement work out of?
The what? Sorry.
Are you happy to remove?
Yes.
Undertake?
Yep. There's actually what I don't mean you go out and do the work. It's if you've applied for a grant before, is tweak that and reapply. That's what I mean by that. So yeah, just sort of change the wording. Yes.
Madam Mayor, that's a question.
Yeah, get rid of procurement.
Simple question.
Okay, I'm not finished.
Sorry.
And the other one is, the partnership advocacy with state, federal, parliament representatives and government organisations, because yes, there is the advocacy piece with those representatives, but it's the agency itself that needs to be committed to do the work. And the third one there is, it's not a bridge, it's an overpass.
Christmas Creek overpass?
It's a railway bridge. And
the railway.
Yeah. So, and then you've already answered the question about inform the community when it can be expected. So it's kind of not anytime soon. So maybe get rid of number 2. And just on regards to number 1, so I don't have a date there. I'm not expecting that anytime soon, but I still would like to see a list of what are the sealed road projects and priorities for the next few years. Doesn't have to have a map.
We'll just wait for the amendments to come through. But Mr. Medal, do you have a comment?
I was just reflecting on what Mr. Jackson said, and my understanding is the current position is as per the resolution that's outlined in your report. We're not aware of any changes to A to F in terms of the order of council priority for sealing.
Then I didn't get to ask the questions because it's hopefully I'll be able to get clarification on the 14 pages of questions that I asked and the Excel spreadsheet, because I've asked these questions. Where did that list of roads come from? I've never seen that list of roads anywhere. The only priority list of roads I've seen is that 7 there.
Sorry, through you, Madam
I'm
Mayor.
not being delivered. You know what? I have a headache. I don't care anymore. Let's just put this through. Do you want to add what was said about advocacy with state and federal members and government, or you just think, or
we do take I do stuff done. There is a resolution for that month to not have to the OEP, but it's just something that's done as just trust to people who are doing
it seems like it's still my action should.
So one question, Sean. The original guide to that were truthfully to have to 360 grants. I to the tune of sorry, you think that as well? As long as there's
The campaign is assessing the list of analysis.
There's a motion. Is there any resistance? There's none. There are indeed 12 now passed. Is there any reason to have resolutions of the financial lists? Mentions best marketing says it and updates by collection. So I find to probably non-legal council resolves that CC and I find to point to TTW 2006 Verge Pavillion in Netball amenities. It was a result of that council's attending the TTW range 506 Verge Pavillion and our construction group for the last summer round of 5,390,000 GST and delegates and the two chief executive officer authority to exercise variation to budget. Thank you. Thank you. It is really difficult reading something like this does covered. Thank you, councillors, for your rigorous today. Some really interesting discussion around not in this agenda. But thank you for your business and your sharing time. And I think about me for attending and one of mine. Thank you to our staff and attendance as well. And so thank you. This doesn't feel like we think that sounds like a Thank you, everyone. It made me just